hopefully a little bit later as we go along. So I'll begin to be, although we've designed this as being fairly informal overall, I'll begin the somewhat more formal part of our day today. And really, let me begin by saying it's really a pleasure and honor to open what I think is at least one of, if not the first workshops on the interconnections between Israel studies and Armenian studies. I want to place the workshop in two contexts. So first, it's in obvious ways an outgrowth of the international character of the Woodman-Scheller International MA program in Israel Studies that we house here at the Ben-Gurion Research Center at Ben-Gurion University of the Negev. My doctoral student, Arman, whom you've all had a chance to meet at least by email, has been the leading figure really in initiating and coordinating this workshop. And he began his academic path here at the Woodman-Scheller program as a master's student. He continued from there to PhD studies, also here at the BGRI, the Ben-Gurion Research Institute, and at BGU. Although he's physically located now in Armenia, he is institutionally still located here. And he's writing a dissertation that brings these two fields together, and we'll hear an aspect or a piece of that dissertation a little bit later today. As Arman's case reflects, the program brings together students from a wide range of countries to study Israel out of an understanding that the kind of cultural interaction that takes place on campus among the international student body is not only interesting in its own right, and not only enriches our students and faculty on a personal level, but it's in fact an integral aspect for us of the study of Israel itself. I'll explain what I mean by this by pointing to the second context in which I would like us to understand our workshop and the discussions that we'll undertake here today. So the second context is one related to my other hat as the current president of the Association for Israel Studies. One of the central goals that I've set myself in that capacity is to enhance and expand the internationalization of the AIS itself and of the field of Israel studies in at least two senses. First, I want to expand the network of scholars with whom we're in communication. And secondly, certainly no less importantly, to expand the international and the intercultural contexts and frameworks within which the field operates and with which it conducts its dialogues. One of the chief motivations behind this effort is the sense that one hazard that faces scholars of ethnic or area studies generally, and certainly Israel studies can be categorized as at least one of those, either an ethnic study or an area study, one of the hazards is of a kind of intellectual self-ghettoization. We can become so focused on our particular cases that we lose sight sometimes of some of the connections or of the global setting in which all ethnic groups reside, and of the constant give and take that takes place between cultures at all times, and certainly in the best of times serves to nourish and enrich them. In order to offset this and to expand our intellectual and scholarly horizons, we've undertaken at AIS and at BGRI various collaborations with scholars and universities around the world, including in China, Europe, particularly Eastern Europe, Brazil, Latin America, India, and a few other initiatives that we have underway. So the coupling of Israel studies with Armenian studies then is part of this broader context, but it also is one that stands firmly on its own 2 feet. Indeed, it seems so obvious and needed a dialogue to conduct. And yet, as I noted earlier, it's a dialogue that to date, to the best of my knowledge, and some of you may have knowledge of things that I'm not aware of, but to the best of my knowledge, this is a dialogue that has been almost entirely neglected so far. There may be a number of reasons for this inattention. They may range from the sensitivity of contemporary political issues between Armenia and Israel to the somewhat more elusive issue that's perhaps resonant of what in literary studies might be termed the anxiety of influence, right? Although in our case, I'd suggest phrasing it as an anxiety of similarity or proximity. Two peoples with histories of genocides committed against them, for example, may find that that shared aspect of their history makes it sometimes more rather than less difficult to communicate and find bridges. Be that as it may, however, it goes without saying that it's our task as scholars to face sensitive issues and to explore the similarities and differences, hopefully with a good dose of sensitivity on our own parts, of course. Indeed, there's so many topics that call out for much better channels of communication between scholars studying Armenia and those studying Israel. These include such issues as diasporas and their centers, place and its significance in national cultures, collective memory, including but not limited to the shaping of catastrophic and traumatic memories, the usually complex relations between religiosity and nationhood. And again, I say they're usually complex, certainly in the case of the history of Zionism and Israel, and in the case of Armenia, they are deeply intertwined and in fact hard to separate. Tradition and innovation in the making of national cultures, and much more. Some of these issues will be addressed here directly today. Others, I imagine, will leave us feeling that we're in real need of follow-up and expansion. That need is built into the ways in which we've envisioned this initial workshop. We're meeting here in a relatively intimate setting, even though we're doing this across oceans and continents with the less than intimate medium of Zoom. We see this as the initial launching point for a larger and ongoing project. We hope that the discussions we initiate here today will serve as the basis for continuing conversation, which we see taking shape along three main lines. Okay, so the first of these is, number one, the expansion of the circle of individual and institutional participants. And we've purposely kept this small in our initial meeting, but our goal is to initiate a conversation here that we will then bring to broader circles of scholars. The second is to couple some of our proceedings today, along with needs that we will hopefully identify during the day, and additional scholars will be interested, hopefully to lead to publication of a special issue or a special section of an issue in an academic journal. And then the third element, which may or may not be third, it may precede the second, these are things we'll work out, is to have further public gatherings, broader, more public, aimed from this point on at much larger audiences, presenting some of the learning that we're initiating. And so those are the next steps that we have in mind building on this initial meeting. Now, I want to add that with this vision in mind, we've also composed this workshop primarily of young scholars, with the addition of the voices and reflections of some of us more seasoned veterans, if I can use delicate language. I hope that this will prove effective in opening up new avenues of thought and research. So I want to thank you all for participating in today's workshop. I hope that everybody here will remain engaged in this ongoing process in the future steps that we plan. I'm confident that we've embarked on an important project that will hopefully open up new intellectual horizons for all of us. So now I want to turn the floor over to my colleague Aviad Moreno, who heads the research hub on Israel and the Jewish world at the Azrieli Center for Israel Studies, which is our host today. And it's another body that's part of the Ben-Gurion Research Institute here. We have all sorts of bodies. It's a little bit complicated to keep track of, but just bear that in mind that that's one of ours. In addition to his research hub, Aviad is active in establishing scholarly networks and research collaborations throughout the globe with a similar focus on studying Israel within a variety of international contexts. Some of his most interesting projects, at least to me, that I could mention, look to expand collaborations between scholars of Israel and scholars in various parts of the Arabic-speaking world. His current research focuses on the transnational ties between Middle Eastern and North African Jewries in Israel, Western Europe, and the Americas as vehicles for understanding Israeli ethnicity in comparative and global contexts. I also want to add Aviad has been, together with Arman, my two partners here today, and I'm thankful to both of them for really helping to bring this together. Aviad, the floor is yours.
Wow, thank you so much, Arya, for your lovely presentation. It's a great pleasure and an honor for me to be involved in this very exciting and promising, what seems to be very promising workshop. And I'd like to thank you, Arya, and Arman, of course, for inviting me to join you and in planning today's program. In my opening note today, I'd like to follow your footsteps, Arya, and build on some of your important observations regarding the state of the field, if I can phrase it that way. The main goal of this workshop, as you said, is to bring together scholars of Israel studies and Armenian studies in an effort to explore how both fields may enrich one another. And pondering a little more about our main goal, I can think of at least three possible methodological avenues or scholarly avenues that we can take in order to formulate such an academic collaboration. The first one would be to encourage, and this is very obvious, I think, just by looking at the program of this workshop, to encourage comparative studies that will explore differences and similarities in the histories of both Armenian and Jews, particularly in regards to questions of minority persecution, diaspora, and nationalism, ethnicity and religion, and all these, themes that are really emblematic of both fields. And yet, as you know, and Arya mentioned this, I think, a couple of times, there is still a long-lasting tendency to study them separately as sui generis topics in both fields. I would say that's probably true for Israel studies and Armenian studies, but I don't really know. We'll find out later. My sense that Israel studies really suffers from this. Now, let me give one example. I'm thinking about Ben's lecture, for instance. Let me give one example, drawing on his lecture, for a productive direction in that context. The Jewish diaspora as a hierarchical structure of core and peripheries. It's also based on East and West divisions, between Ashkenazi Jews and Eastern Mizrahi Jews, Western Ashkenazi Jews and Eastern Mizrahi Jews, divided between, across the globe between continents. And this division often deemed as a unique case of a diasporic Jewish nationalism. But when you think about the way the Armenian people have been dispersing over the last centuries across, I think, more than 100 countries, both in the global south and the global north, in many continents, we may realize that perhaps there is much to compare by looking at these similarities, the similar geopolitical divisions and hierarchies that are divided based on different locations, diasporic hubs, especially given the fact that both groups continue to be on the move even after the nation states were founded. We have German and Armenians originate in Iraq, for instance, just like we have Jews from Iraq who live in Germany today. And I think this is a very promising avenue we can take if we'd like to compare it from that perspective. Another avenue could focus more on interconnectivity. This avenue, pertains to the historical and contemporary trajectories and meeting points, networks shared by Jews and Armenians as two highly mobile religious minorities in the Islamic domain, and in fact, the stateless diasporas throughout most of their histories. This avenue may generate a more globalized approach to the study of, let's say, Armenian communities in Israel today, and the Jewish community in the historic territory of Armenia, Jews and Armenians in the West, in transnational context, and so on. And a focus on grassroots history of this sort may help move the scholarship beyond the more typical nationalist dichotomies of center and periphery that are so emblematic or so commonplace in both fields. It may also help us move beyond narratives of bilateral relations and conflicts that also probably dominate the conversation. A third avenue could lead us to a more self-reflective approach in which each side can learn about itself through the way it understands the other. Jews or Israelis understand Armenians, and Armenians understand Israeli. We may ask, for instance, what does it mean to study Armenia in Israel, and what the study of Jews and Israel or the Jewish people in Armenia means to Armenians? What are the cultural and political motivations for these both scholarships? No need to mention here, for example, that Israel, in Israel, the official recognitions of the Armenian Holocaust, for instance, is often used as a diplomatic tool in Israel's foreign relations with other countries such as Turkey, but it also serves as a tool for domestic and international criticism about Israel's foreign policy. So this is just one example. I know from my conversation with Armand that the Arab-Israeli conflict, for instance, also plays such a, it has this cultural code in Armenian domestic debate. But reflecting on both histories, of both groups and the way they were intertwined and developed vis-a-vis one another, I think we may bring these two fields probably in our next step of collaboration closer with the field of ethnic and diaspora studies, as Arya mentioned. This field that would, usually welcome the study of such intertwining, and they would welcome the study of such intertwining in additional cases. So I'd like to thank you, Arya and Arman again for inviting me. And I'd like to thank the participants. I really look forward to the discussions and the paper. And I'm really, as Arya mentioned, I'm really confident that we've embarked on a project that will really open up new intellectual horizons for all of us. So thank you for being here and good luck today.
And
Yeah.
so those are the voices from this side of the globe.
Yeah.
Arman.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for everybody to join this meeting, And I'm delighted to welcome you to this workshop, which is, to the best of my knowledge, the first Armenian and Israeli Studies workshop platform. The idea of organizing an Armenian and Israeli Studies workshop goes back to 2013, when I was admitted to Ben-Gurion University of the Negev, Ben-Gurion Research Institute, for the study of Israel and then. Throughout my studies, both in MA and then in PhD, we discussed various issues on Israel and Jewish people, its history, politics, culture, ethnic and religious aspects. And as an Armenian student, I have noticed various similarities between my people and the Jewish people, between Armenia and Israel. After I looked carefully at those similarities, it turned out that there was significant differences between them, of course, according to the academic and scholarly perspectives, which proved to be the worth studying issues. Many times, I had discussions and meetings with my supervisor, Professor Arye Sapojnik, on these issues. And as a result of these discussions, we eventually come up with the idea of organizing an Armenian and Israeli Studies workshop or such a seminar to better understand how these two disciplines are interested. Of course, there are numerous interesting and useful studies on Israel studies of Armenian studies scholars. The opposite is also true. Every scholar who works on Israeli diaspora, Jewish nationalism, the Holocaust, or any other theme within the Israel studies field should look for analogies themes in the Armenian studies field also. I have no doubt that collaboration and collaborative discussions, shared lessons and themes, mutual issues and workshops will pave the way for new ideas. I hope the time will come when Armenian and Israeli universities will suggest such a joint Israeli-Armenian studies course. It's a widely held belief that every ethnic discipline is a marginalized study that is only relevant to the specific local ethnos. I don't share this opinion at all. Armenian studies, Israel studies, and other ethnic studies are small parts of the larger picture. And they not only interact within the large picture or content, but they also interact with each other inside of the broad picture. As a result, interactions and discussions between young Armenians and Israeli scholars will be very useful, not only in terms of going new academic and scientific knowledge, learning and studying each other's mutual cases and lessons, but also the academic links created today will be used in the future to self-organize ourselves and come up with new initiatives by involving each other. I would like to wish all of us an effective and interesting workshop, and I hope that such initiatives will be continued in the future. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you, Arman. Okay, so now we launch into our substantive discussions. One quick procedural comment. Our aim is to be fairly informal today and to really put emphasis on discussion and conversation. That being said, we're all used to sort of preparing well-structured talks. So let's keep our discussion until after each of our speakers has completed his or her presentation, and then hopefully we'll have much to say to one another. So it's my pleasure then to introduce Professor Reuven Amitai of Hebrew University of Jerusalem, who is head of the Armenian Studies program there. Please, Reuven. You're muted.
Okay, thank you, Aryeh, and thank you to Aviad and Arman. I have a presentation. Can somebody make me the a co-host? Yes.
You're good to go.
All right,
you are
I'm ready to go. Okay. Okay, so good afternoon to everybody. I'm glad to see everybody. I'm glad it's a kind of a small group too. I'm glad also that Donna is with us, Donna Shalev, my colleague, and she should feel free to jump in at any time and correct me or add to something if she wants. I have to say, I have that title of Director of Armenian Studies. It's first of all, it's a very small program. And second of all, I am really not a specialist in Armenian studies. I don't know Armenian hardly at all. I've come to Armenian history through reading Arabic and Persian. I became interested in my studies of medieval history, discovering the Armenians everywhere, all over the place. And on the one hand, on the other hand, I've become interested in some of the modern concerns of the Armenians, of the Armenian diaspora, of the Armenian genocide, and Armenian-Israel relations today. So for the time being, I'm helping to run the show, so to speak. And I'm hoping that eventually somebody who's a real die-in-the-wool Armenian study specialist will take over, and I'll be happy to relinquish the reins. So I said keeping the flame alive because we once had, not too long ago, a full-fledged program here at the Hebrew University. One could do a BA in Armenian studies. And for the last 10 years or so, that's not been the case, but we're optimistic and we're slowly working our way back to a full-fledged program in Armenian studies at the Hebrew University. This is the time to mention our older colleague. Sorry about that. Okay, no, this is, okay. Our older colleague, professor, but still very, very active, retired, but still very, very active, Professor Michael Stone. And Michael Stone is a luminary in Armenian studies. I don't know if everybody is fully aware, even the Israelis, how important Michael is to the study of Armenian language and culture, particularly in the pre-modern period, in the scheme of things, and well respected and well appreciated for his great work. He's Emeritus Professor of Religious Studies and Armenian Studies at the Hebrew University. He's worked on Jewish literature translated into Armenian, Jewish literature from early on, from the rabbinical literature, and also the transmission of biblical and Jewish traditions in Armenian. So that in itself is an important topic. Armenian paleography and history in Israel, or in the land of Israel. In the use of computer applications for the study of Armenian philology and paleography and religious literature, and two other things. One, he was involved, even though he is himself not an archaeologist, but he was involved with Israeli archaeologists and Armenian archaeologists to excavate several years ago a Jewish cemetery, 13th century cemetery in Armenia, with tombstones in Hebrew and Armenian. So if somebody needs a great example of the interaction between Jewish and Armenian studies, one has it there. And one should also note that Mike Stone is not only a scholar of Armenian, but he's also of Jewish thought and literature of the Second Temple period. And since he found some works, Jewish works, that were written originally in Hebrew or Aramaic had disappeared in these languages and were only found in Armenian, that's actually the reason why he got involved originally in Armenian studies. So Mike is still active. We cooperate with him, we're in contact with him, and he teaches one course, which I'll mention in just a minute. Now, I do want to mention two important scholars who were here, one in the 1990s and the others in the 2000s. Dr. Roberta R. Irvine, I apologize there. And she's now at the Armenian Seminary in New York. And Dr. Sergio Laporte, after Mike Stone retired, Sergio actually got a tenure track position and was here until 2010. And we were hoping he was going to stay. Unfortunately, he decided that he would go back to the States, and he's in California now in Fresno. But both of them are very important scholars, different types of scholars. And with Sergio's departure in 2010, we had to close the program as a BA program. Again, we're hoping of slowly opening up, and as we'll see in just a minute. So I just want to mention the group. And we have Yoav left. Yoav is our he's our very, very, very loyal adjunct teacher. He has another career as a photographer and other things, but he has taught both Armenian language and he teaches the basic survey course every year on the Armenian history and culture. Professor Dana Shalev, who's in the classics department, and she's here with us today, and she's been doing now for several years Armenian together with Michael Stone. Yakir Paz from Classics and Talmud has been doing Armenian also for several years and has spent some time in Armenia, actually doing spoken Armenian courses in Yerevan. Recently, Dr. Oded Steinberg joined the University International Relations and the European Forum and is involved in modern questions, including the study of the Armenian genocide. One second, again. Okay, Dr. Henry Shapiro is in Jerusalem now, part of the Polanski Academy, the Van Leer Institute, and he's fluent in Armenian and Turkish and Greek, modern Greek too. And he's been teaching some courses also, which I will, and then there's me, who got into it from, I'm in Middle Eastern Studies, Islamic and Middle Eastern Studies. I went through my interest in medieval Islamic history, again, discovering the important role that the Armenians were playing in the politics and in the military life and in the cultural life and in the social and the economic life of the whole area. That's what got me interested at the beginning in Armenian studies too. Okay, now the courses we teach right now are this coming year. It's not a bad selection. We're actually pretty proud of it. It's not a full-fledged program yet. One cannot do a degree in Armenian studies, but one can certainly do a concentration. So Yoav Leff teaches the general survey course on Armenian histories and culture from the 11th to our days, and every other year. So the first 1 year he teaches from the 4th century to the 11th century, and the other next year he teaches from the 11th century to the present. We have Dr. Henry Shapiro is teaching an introduction to classical Armenian language. He's also teaching an intermediate. After they finish that course, they then move to readings in classical Armenian. Mike Stone is teaching once a week at his house, advanced texts in classical Armenian, prose and poetry, and Donna and others are part of that group. Henry is also teaching an upper division course on Armenians, Greeks, and Turks, the history of Anatolia from the year 1000 to 1500. Things that are very much in the center of my own studies. And Oded, for the first time, is teaching this course in which the Armenians will play a major role, unfortunately, massacre and genocide in the 19th and 20th century, European and global history. So we have everything from early medieval Armenian studies through early modern period into the modern period. It's, again, not a full-fledged program, but to the best of my knowledge, it's the only place in Israel where these things are taught. This is maybe the time to just comment on one of the things that I heard before. Clearly, the aspera, the genocide, the resurrection in a homeland, problematic relations with one's neighbors. These are things that draw the Jews and the Armenians together. There's plenty of room for comparative stuff. But it's important to note that Armenian studies and Jewish studies, of course, is much more. And one can also look at certain parallels in pre-modern period between clearly a group with national identity or clear ethnic identity in which religion and language and if you wish, a sense of ethnicity are combined together in a pre-modern situation. So I think one has it clearly for the Armenians and one has it clearly for the Jews. It's not modern nationalism, but it's certainly, it's not unnationalism. There is some type of ethnic solidarity here. And again, it's an amalgam of language and religion and a sense of common history. So I think that's important. And here we provide that here and that within our emphasis on pre-modern stuff without forgetting the modern period. Now, I do want to mention that in the last, and for some reason here, we're not, okay. We have two guest professors coming this year. We have Theo van Lint coming from Oxford. He'll be here in March, and he's being hosted by us, by the National Library, and by Haifa. And Dr. Yasmin Dum-Tragut from Salzburg, who, interestingly enough, has a number of degrees, including she she's worked on Armenian texts about horses. So she has actually a very rigorous background in natural sciences too. And she'll be also coming in November, I believe, for a couple of weeks. She'll be in Jerusalem and we'll give a couple lectures too. So a year doesn't go by that we don't try to get at least one person, sometimes two, sometimes more guest lecturers to come and to sort of widen our offerings, so to speak. I do want to note some of our public activity of the past year. Even though most of us are medievalists or dealing with the ancient world, we're also very much aware of the modern world we live in. I believe, and perhaps one of the other Israelis can correct me, and I'll be happy to be corrected. But I think the first symposium, the first public discussion on Israel, in Israel, about the Israeli arms sales to Azerbaijan was conducted. We organized it here in Jerusalem. It was in Hebrew. We thought it was important it would be in Hebrew to appeal or to attract the Israeli public, and not only for our foreign colleagues and friends. And we also had an open letter in Haaretz, which received some attention about Israeli arms sales to Azerbaijan. And then we released it as a press release in English and Hebrew and Armenian and Russian. And again, hundreds of people. It had some echo, certainly in the international Armenian press and in Armenia itself. Okay, so that's one thing we did this past year. The other thing, and every year, we have a memorial evening and symposium on the Armenian genocide here at the Hebrew University. There are other bodies that hold these things in Israel, but to the best of my knowledge, we're the only university academic setting which combines both a memorial evening and an academic symposium. And it's, as you can see, the program in Armenian studies. It's the forum at the Hebrew University for the study of Shoah, genocide, and mass violence, the Mandel School for Advanced Studies in the Humanities, and another group inside Jerusalem called the Jerusalem Center for Genocide Prevention. But in coordinating with the Armenian community, coordinating with the Patriarchate, we are in contact constantly. We plan this together with the Armenian consul, honorary consul in Jerusalem, and representatives of the Armenian community who also appear and speak. We always have some type of choral group from the school, the Armenian school, that appears too. So this is something which is very important. And the last couple of years, we've had the rector of the university come and open with greetings. So it's an important aspect of what we do here. And this is a double meaning, remembering the past and planning for the future. One, I think both the Jews and the Armenians have strong senses of history and think a lot about their history, and they think a lot about their more distant history, and they think a lot about their more recent history. And both peoples have had traumatic experiences in the 20th century, and they're not unconnected in addition. But at the same time, and I think this is very important too, and this is what we try to stress also in our genocide evening, there's been resurrection, there's been reorganization, there's been revitalization, and looking towards the future. So on the one hand, as Jews and as Armenians, we look at the past, we remember the past, but we also think about the future. But as also of scholars in one way or another of Armenian studies and Armenian history and Armenian culture and Armenian language and Armenian politics, so we look at the past, and we also look at the future. And also, we had a grand program here of Armenian studies. And unfortunately, we had to close it due to personality, due to people leaving, personnel problems. But we're hopeful that in the future, we'll reopen and we'll be able to have a full-fledged Armenian studies, at least on the level of a BA. That's our hope in the long run. So that's what I had to say. And I'm going to go out now, and I'm back. And perhaps you'll ask a few questions, and before I have to go to my meeting with our Uzbeki colleagues, which was planned also for today. Yeah.
So let me quickly interject here before we open up for conversation here. I think the way we'll proceed throughout much of the day is to have both speakers speak, and then we'll take questions. But since Uven has to leave us shortly, let's take a few minutes for questions and discussion of what we've just heard. I do want to throw out an initial comment. I mentioned in my opening comments that we purposely constructed this based primarily on young scholars. And so young scholars, I hope you all heard that Hebrew University is thirsting for Armenian studies scholars. That's already an important takeaway. I have some questions, but I want to open it up to others first.
Donna, do you have anything you want to add?
very briefly, to say that, to add another dimension to the panorama which you spread here, the importance of Armenian studies for scholarship, for academic scholarship of antiquity, perhaps to also emphasize that a little bit more, because the classical world, everybody who you study Greek and Latin, they say that the important languages and cultures, Greek, Latin, Syriac, classical Arabic, I think Armenian, classical Armenian, Grabar, belongs in that group. And some of the people who are coming to the beginner's Greek, to intermediate Greek, to the advanced Greek, reading groups, it's growing. This reading group with Professor Stone is growing. Are people who are doing classics, who are doing medieval Islamic studies, who are doing pre-Christian, mythology and all kind of things. So it's going backwards and sideways as well as forwards and historically. It's got huge importance for philology, for literature, for religious studies, for all of these things. So I think that's another very important dimension, for which classics in Armenian is now gathering a pace, but it's only one part of it. It's really, there is so much potential for more of these joint studies. That's all.
Thank you, Donna. Thanks. You hit the nail on the head.
Annie, yes.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Amitai, for that very interesting talk and the presentation. I just have a very small question. Do we know how many students each year take part in this program, like data which shows us the interest of the students?
Yeah, first of all, Yoav actually has very good numbers in that introductory course, 20 or 30 students a year. Wow. There have been 40 students at a time. We also, it always ends, the crescendo is a class trip down to the Patriarchate and the Armenian Quarter. And again, it talks about our relations with the ongoing relations with the community here. The community in Israel, as you all know, is much more complex than it used to be. We had a community of people based in the old city, plus some others living in Jerusalem, and a few living elsewhere. But since 1990, we've had thousands and thousands of Armenians come to live in Israel, married to Jews from the former Soviet Union. So we now have, I don't know, 10,000 may be too big a number, but it's certainly more than 5,000. I just wanted to mention that. So we have good connections with the community in the old city, with the Patriarchate, and it's not quite the same thing, though the Patriarchate would like to present it that way. And we also have now some contacts with the more general community. So we've gotten anywhere from 20 to 40 people a year taking the general survey course, which isn't bad at all. I think outside of Armenia, maybe in Fresno, you might get that, but not necessarily. We have, any given the last couple of years, 4 or 5 people doing introductory Armenian. Henry and his more advanced classes were getting 8 to 10 students a year. The people working with Mike, Donna can say, but it's anywhere from 6 to 10 in a given week. We have 6 to 10 people sitting and reading advanced texts in Armenian in Jerusalem outside of the Armenian community.
15 in the mailing list. It's not always the same 10, it's 10.
Nothing to sneeze at. So we're very proud of that. We're very, very proud of that. And I would also say in my own courses, the Armenians have a role to play. They play an important role. The Armenians they're obviously clergymen and scholars. They're obviously merchants. I'm not making any surprises here. They're obviously translators, nothing surprising about that either, and diplomats, and they're also soldiers. And they're very important soldiers, and they get it and they give it back, and they play an important military role particularly in the corner between Syria and Anatolia and Kilikia. That's a particularly interesting community. The Armenian kingdom of Kilikia is very important for the Crusader period. It's very important for the Mongols. It's important for the early Turkish history in Anatolia, and it's very important for Mamluk history too.
Can you talk a little about the background of the students? Are they Israelis, Jews?
They're almost all Israelis. Almost all Israelis.
All Israelis.
Typical Israeli kids coming to the Hebrew University.
Young Israelis or old Israelis?
Mhm.
Yeah, and
Okay, the kids, the people studying with let's say, look at it this way: the people studying with Yoav, taking the regular class, are typical Israeli students doing Middle Eastern, mostly doing Middle Eastern studies. Some of them doing history, you know, wide from all over the country, which I think is very important. I mean, these are people who are going to have memories that will stay with them forever. And you know, they're not all going to be scholars, but they're going to have memories about Armenia, you know, and some knowledge. The people doing the more advanced things, people studying the language more advanced, clearly are special. One doesn't take Armenian, classical Armenian up, you know, because you have nothing else to do on a Saturday night. People with an interest in the classical world, interest in culture, interested in the medieval period, people with a more intellectual or cultural bent, definitely.
One half of a sentence. Many of the people in Professor Stone's advanced reading class come from, some of them from Armenia, are Armenian, from Armenia and from the diaspora, who come to take part, to learn from him. I have to say that. He's sort of like a lighthouse for Armenian studies, including for experts from Matanadaran and from other places in Armenian. High status class, that is.
Some of the most important professors of Armenian studies in the world today, including Armenians, but especially in the West, have spent significant amount of time here in Jerusalem. 1, to study with Professor Stone, 2, to be with the community, 3, to use the manuscripts in the library. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons to be in Jerusalem. It's also 2 hours away from Armenia. So it's a very convenient place to do Armenian studies. But important people have come. Peter Cow, Professor Peter Cow, who's at UCLA, has a PhD from the Hebrew University. Alison Vecca has a master's degree from the Hebrew University. Sergio was here for many years, finishing up his doctorate for Columbia, but sitting here and then teaching here. Roberta was here. So these are all, Theo spent time here. Theo van Lint, who's now the professor at Oxford, the Gulbenkian professor at Oxford. These are important positions. James Russell, who was at Harvard, the Armenian professor of Armenian studies at Harvard. He's now retired. He also spent a lot of time here working with Mike Stone. So how do we say it? Ad 120, till 120. Yeah.
Thank
I have
you.
another question, Professor Amitai. To the best of my knowledge, there were an Armenian Studies journal published by Hebrew University Armenian Studies program. And I remember that I used one of these volumes. I mean, one of the volumes of this journal. It was dedicated to the Jerusalem Armenian history. So I would like to ask about this journal.
Okay, I'm not sure it was a journal. I think it was a series of monographs, of small monographs.
Yeah.
And it was put out by Peters, the Dutch publisher, and I believe like some 20 volumes came out. That was Professor Stone's doing, perhaps helped by some of the younger people. Right now, we don't have a series. We don't have a Jerusalem series in Armenian studies. Again, we're kind of in a period of reorganization. I'm very happy. You know, I have to say, I was dean between 2010 and 2014, dean of the Faculty of Humanities. And I remember long talks with Professor Stone, and we were trying to think what to do, and we weren't able at that time to make an offer to make an offer to somebody to take over when Sergio felt that he wanted to go back to the States, you know, I was looking for money, and I raised some money. Was able to raise some money for the program, and that kind of drew me into it. I have to confess, I kind of found myself drawn into in 2014. I didn't think I was going to be helping to run an Armenian studies program, but we're in a period, and the hope is that in the next few years, we will see somehow or another things will crystallize more, and we will be doing more. We'll be doing more and more courses, perhaps more of a program in terms of degree, perhaps somebody here who's, you know, Dana is a professor of classics. Yakir is professor of Talmud and classics. You know, we need somebody who's more dedicated to Armenian studies here, and perhaps that'll happen.
So in the interest of time, I'm afraid I'm gonna cut us off here.
All right.
I want to thank Reuven and Donna, thank you, Donna, also for your input here. And of course, Donna, just to be clear, you are welcome to see yourself as a full participant here. It's wonderful to have you join us.
I will send a link. I will send a link where Donna suggested that, a link of, we've seen what our publications were of the previous generation, and hopefully what we'll go back to doing again. So I'm going to run, and I'm going to hopefully come back in an hour and a half or 2 hours. Okay. All right. So
wonderful.
Be
so
well, and we'll stay in contact. We'll stay in contact.
We'll see you soon.
Okay.
Yes, I think it's the beginning of an important networking, in fact. So,
for sure. Okay, so see you.
So
all the best.
I can't resist simply pointing out, I know Reuven has to leave us, but I do want to quickly point out the point of ethnic identity in the pre-modern period. I was talking about the dovetailing issues and this whole issue in my own field of the historiographical arguments between what has been called, it's a little bit outdated at this point, but still there, sort of the modernist versus the primordialist schools in the study of nationalism. These are really interesting and important issues that I think the kinds of connections we're establishing here hopefully can shed new light on. So I want to move and now to introduce briefly our next speaker. We're going to flip the view now. Thanks, Reuven. We'll see you a little later. We'll flip the view now and look at Jewish studies in Armenia, and we will hear from Ani. I hopefully won't massacre your last name. In fact, maybe I'll let you pronounce it for me. I'll just say this. Ani is a PhD scholar at St. John's College, Cambridge, an honorary PhD scholar at the Wolf Institute, has commenced her research in 2019, research that focuses on 2 unstudied Judeo-Arabic medical manuscripts. We'll hear more about that from her. And I will turn the floor over to you, Anna.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction, Professor Sapoznik. And I'm very, very happy and glad to join you and to take part in this workshop, which is very, very important. So I'm talking today from the Wolf Institute, actually, here in Cambridge. And I commenced my studies back in 2019 as a PhD in Hebrew studies, where I'm studying 2 Judeo-Arabic medical manuscripts from the Matana Daran, where I was as an intern and then as a junior researcher before coming to the PhD and to other master programs I did in Jewish studies. So I'll try to talk a bit about my journey, which is very, I think, unique in terms of the number of students who do continue their career path in Jewish studies in Armenia, if we have some time left. But for now, I'll just run into my talk, which is about Jewish studies in Armenia. I'll try to give you a brief overview of what's happening in this very neglected field of Jewish studies in Armenia, and at what stage are we now and what we are doing towards the development of this field in Armenia. So as in many other post-Soviet countries of South Caucasus, Jewish studies in Armenia have undergone a process of transformation in recent years, from being close to non-existent to the institutional teaching, research, and publishing developments. Armenian Jewish studies have changed noticeably in the past 3 decades. There is certainly an element here of a more general transformation affecting other countries of the region and even of global phenomena. The former encompassed, first of all, the fall of communism and the lifting of the institutional and political barriers hindering the development of Jewish studies in the former Soviet bloc countries. The later include a general development of research in the world, an increased interest in minority cultures, growing political interest in the Middle East conflict, which translates into a growth of related research activities and the development of technologies facilitating access to scholarly resources located far away from the discipline's main research centers, which in our case are Israel and the United States. It seems, however, that beside those general factors, there also exists an Armenian specificity that adds to the so-called development of this discipline. And it is this issue that I would like to address in this talk. I'll present a short history of the development of Jewish studies in Armenia during the past 3 decades, the main factors of this development both in the past and today, the main areas of interest of Armenian Jewish studies, and finally, the most significant problems currently afflicting or emerging on the horizon of the development of these studies in Armenia. From a formal perspective, there has been research on the history and culture of Jews in Armenian scholarship since 1996, when at Yerevan State University in the Faculty of Oriental Studies, Hebrew language first started to be taught, initially as an optional second language, and then it became an essential part of the teaching curriculum for BA and MA students of the Arabic Studies department. Each year, almost 20 students signed up for Hebrew language, expressing their interest in receiving background knowledge, enhancing their language skills, and not only, as well as professional prospects. The Division of Oriental Studies at Yerevan State University, where Hebrew studies were represented by Professor Arman Hakopian, who is the author of the Hebrew language book, with which we study even nowadays. Professor Arman Hakopian and his students was more of an enclave of Jewish studies at Armenian universities at the time. But it's worth to mention that apart from this enclave, the group of enthusiasts became interested above all in the material heritage of Jewish culture in Armenia. That is the most visible trace of Jewish past. The most interesting achievements of that time included documentation and investigation of Jewish cemeteries carried out by Professor Michael Stone, who made 2 preliminary visits to the site in the summers of 1998 and 1991 to photograph some of the inscriptions that were readily visible. And in September 2000, a group of 3 experts from the Hebrew University first surveyed the ancient Jewish cemetery in Armenia. The initial impression of the antiquity of the inscriptions suffice to highlight their importance for both the Jewish and Armenian people, for previously there was no known evidence of a Jewish community in Armenia in the Middle Ages. Indeed, the evidence for Jews in Armenia at any period is very sparse. It was clear that a definitive resolution of the issue of dating could come only from excavation and a more detailed survey of the site. More than 60 gravestones from the 13th and 14th centuries have been uncovered to date, a number of which contained inscriptions all in Hebrew, except for 2 in Aramaic. Though most of the gravestones were found in the cemetery, some were found in the secondary use in nearby watermills. Others were identified in the supports of a footbridge over the river. The dates of the tombstones span 71 years, from 1266 to 1337, about 3 generations. The gravestones, some of them elaborately carved, suggest that the community was not only cultured, but also very wealthy. Researchers have concluded that the stones were produced by the same workshop that produced the tombstones of the ruling family of the region at the time, the Orbelians. In addition, the ornamentation of the tombstones suggests a measure of comfortable assimilation within Armenian society. While hopes of finding the community synagogue are slim, since the ancient town is entirely covered by the modern village, the excavation have uncovered the remains of a self-confident Jewish community well rooted in its own heritage and in Armenian society. And it is reasonable to assume that it was not the only Jewish community in Armenia. Research of the material heritage, especially cemeteries, is still very visibly present in Armenian Jewish studies. It also constitutes a common characteristic between Jewish studies in Armenia and in the territories of the former Soviet Union and in other countries as well, in Germany or in Czech Republic, for instance. Very often, those interests were not of an academic character, and found their outlets in albums, guidebooks, or popularizing publications and activities. And this is perhaps one of the reasons as to why Jewish studies in Armenia develop only insofar as there is public interest in the history and culture of Jews, and moreover, the interest is strong enough to persuade students to choose this field of study despite its lack of professional appeal. Unfortunately, I do not have a clear, explicit answer to the question concerning the deeper structural reasons for the interest in Jewish studies in Armenia. The matter seems, however, so important to me that nearly 5 years ago, when I was still in Armenia and when I was still a student myself too, I have carried out a modest amateur survey in which at the beginning and at the end of their 2-year course of Hebrew language, Introduction to Jewish Studies, in the frame of the program of Semitic Studies at the Yerevan State University, answered the question about the reasons for their personal interest in the culture and history of the Jews and the reasons which led them to this program. What then are those deeper structural reasons? The answers given by the students can be clearly divided into 4 categories, or maybe 5, but I will talk about the 5th later. And in my opinion, they reflect quite faithfully the more general social attitudes towards the culture and history of Jews in Armenia. The first 2 categories include those whose interest in Jewish studies results from the presence of Jewish topics in Armenian discourse, whereas the other 2 include those who are the cause of this presence. The first of these categories, popular especially in the early years of this program's existence, was motivated by a sense of the exoticism of Jewish culture, and to be more precise, by a conviction that this culture is both mysterious and close at the same time, even intimate. The second group of students comprises those saying, I've heard so much about Jews that I want to find out who they are. You know, I've heard so much about Jews that meant sometimes I want to find out, I've heard not that good things, and I want to find out if it's true. One can obviously suspect rather hear between the lines that the person, what means by saying I've heard, you know, about Jews. And the third group could be called a bit perfidiously the new Christian students. Those are students who want to acquaint themselves with the Hebrew language in order to read the Bible in original, but they also want to learn about the culture in which the Bible is rooted and the path of this culture in subsequent centuries. The fourth group can be called searchers. Among them are young Jews who, like a vast majority of Armenian Jews, gain so little knowledge of Jewish culture in their homes that they feel the need to make up the deficit academically. These are therefore seekers of Jewish identity, a group appearing among Jewish studies students probably everywhere in the world. Among our searchers, a considerably larger group than that of students with evident Jewish identity are individuals who suspect that one of their ancestors might have been of Jewish origin. However, they don't know this for certain. The pattern of what falls within areas of great interest, and the fifth group maybe consists of those students, including myself, who chose Hebrew as a second language by a chance because I wasn't particularly interested in continuing my career in Jewish studies, but because I was the only student to choose to have more or less interest towards Hebrew language. And then in the end, I was the only student who chose Hebrew as a second language to study. I had individual lessons for 2 years. And this is where I gained all my interest, and the decision to continue my studies in Jewish studies, also seeing, you know, the field being almost empty, having only 2 professors at the uni teaching Hebrew, and now we even have one. So this was maybe this is the fifth group, students who chose Hebrew by a chance, and then because of the language, they decided to go more into the culture, history, literature, and hence they, continued in this field. So the pattern of what falls within areas of great interest and what is outside these areas reveals, of course, much about this very interest. When we look at Jewish studies in Armenia, we can easily distinguish three essential areas of interest: the Holocaust, the aftermath of the Holocaust, and the regional and local history of the Jews. The Holocaust is a subject of growing interest in international scholarship, so there is nothing specific to Armenia in this regard. By contrast, local and regional history is clearly an area of quite radical misunderstanding and misperception between Armenian or any other East European and international practitioners of Jewish studies. So the survey also helped me to understand the motivation, besides the motivation, also the interest level of students who would like to continue their research in Jewish studies. And as to my surprise, there were number of students who would like to continue and who would have continued their research in Jewish studies if there was a separate department, if there were more courses offered in this particular field. So to put the survey aside and to talk a bit about now the present stage and the present state of the Jewish studies in Armenia, I would like to say that besides the fact that we still have the Hebrew language offered at the State University in 2019, the Center for Hebrew Language and Jewish Culture was established at Bursa State University, taking into consideration the huge interest of students, the importance of improving the Hebrew language teaching program, as well as the potential of developing the Jewish studies in Armenia. So the center will be and is an educational resource with interactive programs and on Hebrew language, on culture through a cultural, academic, and social framework in collaboration with other universities and partners. In its initial years, the program will be a modest, though ambitious one, and will include mainly courses in Hebrew language. So last year, we had 6 students at the Bursa State University choosing Hebrew as their second language. And this year, we already have 18 students who chose Hebrew as a second language and as a third language too. At the State University, the numbers are decreasing for different reasons. We have less than 10 students over the past 3 years choosing Hebrew as a second language within a program of Arabic studies. So besides this center, which was a very big step to the development of Jewish studies in Armenia, I would like to mention also about the catalog of Hebrew manuscripts and the Hebrew manuscripts kept in the Matena Daran. So it's rather a small catalog collection of Hebrew manuscripts studied mostly by Ruzan Pogosyan. This volume, which was published several years ago, includes detailed description of the complete collection of Hebrew manuscripts and fragments. So these are some fragments of books of Old Testament: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy. So I hope that the research on Hebrew manuscripts in the Matena Daran will continue in the future too. And just to conclude my talk, I would like to say that not to miss anything, we have also the Menorah Center, which is being I think nowadays regulated by the Jewish community and some people from the community. So the center offers courses in Hebrew language, but I think this center is limited to mainly like the people who are within the communities. They do not usually have, according to my knowledge, they don't have that many people from outside the community taking part in their language courses. So this is more or less what's the picture and what are the steps towards the development of Jewish studies in Armenia. And I do hope that we'll have enough students and enough experts, scholars to do this important job and to contribute to the development of this field in Armenia. Thank you.
Thank you, Rani. So we have time for questions and discussion. I see Lilach, you're ready. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm ready. It's two huge questions, and I'm not sure that you will be able to answer them, but okay, I'll ask. First of all, we know that everything today is very political, and politics enters the academic world. And does the complex attitude towards Israel affect the program and how the BDS felt and their attitude also to the history of Israel? Israel is part of the Jewish studies, I guess, or maybe you are not dealing with Israel at all. This is also a question. And another big question is, a big question today in research is whether the Holocaust was unique or is unique, or is it like any other genocide? And this is a particularly relevant question when we are dealing with the Armenian. So with the Armenian genocide. So do you have in the program an agenda in this regard? You said that the Holocaust studies are a main issue in the program. So how do you deal with the Holocaust? As another genocide or something unique? Because in Israel, the Holocaust is, I think in the Jewish world, the Holocaust is very, very unique. And research, the studies on the Holocaust emphasize it. So, okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I want to piggyback quickly, Annie, just before you answer. I'm going to be rude and just piggyback on Lilach's question. And just to add to it, the dimension of Hebrew, and I think your stress was on sort of biblical and ancient and maybe some medieval study. But in general, what is the place of modern Jewish studies? To what extent is that there? And that goes to the study of language, right? You mentioned that a lot of students are interested in studying Hebrew to read the Bible, which would lead them to biblical Hebrew. How does that balance out with modern Hebrew and so forth? So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your question. So I'll start from the beginning with politics being involved in the development of the field. Yes, politics are definitely there. And I know that there have been some initiatives to have a separate department of Jewish studies or Hebrew studies at the State University. And this was initiated by two of my professors, Arman Hakopian and Lilit Shahnazarian, back in the beginning of 90s. And it was as to my knowledge, refused just for that reasons, for some political reasons, by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I don't have the clear answers, but I know for sure that, this was mainly the reason of the politics, that we couldn't have funding or a separate program in Jewish studies. And besides that, it's a sensitive topic because we are neighbored by Iran. And yeah, this is goes to another dimension of complicated and sensitive topics. So to your question, if politics are there as a hindrance to the development of this field in Armenia, yes, to some degree it's a hindrance. And the second reason is maybe that we don't have that many experts who could take the lead of a full, like a whole department, and to have enough courses offered for this program, for this field. And then as for the Holocaust, I do remember, for instance, when I was a student at the State University, because Hebrew language courses are very limited, and they do offer some basic skills and some basic knowledge on literature, history, religion, but we cannot just, you know, in the frame of the one language course, reach, you know, to all possible topics, including Holocaust. So if we are talking about the Holocaust studies at the State University, then it's very individual, and it's originated by specific interests, by specific individual career needs. So I had some fellows who focus more on Holocaust just because their master's thesis or their bachelor thesis was somehow related to the genocide. They wanted to do something comparative. So there is nothing formal on Holocaust studies at the State University. And that is why I cannot say what, you know, what kind of, what's the approach and the attitude towards Holocaust studies in Armenia, but I know some other researchers and many more researchers who do focus on Holocaust, not at the State University, but at the Genocide Museum and Museum Institute Foundation, which is, I think, a more relevant and a good basis for them to conduct any research related to the Holocaust. But as you know, because of the genocide recognition of all these like different topics, it's again a very sensitive and a close topic. So whenever we come to the Holocaust, of course, people do want to raise the question of why Israel is not recognizing the Armenian genocide. Is still very much in the interest of even the students. But I would like to mention that anyone at the State University or at Brusov State University, where we now offer language courses, any student who wants to conduct a research on Holocaust, it's just because of their personal interests and personal needs in their career. Otherwise, we don't have any specific courses on Holocaust. It's being taught within the program of Arabic studies and Oriental studies at the Yerevan State University. But outside that, no. So as for the modern Hebrew versus biblical Hebrew, I think, yeah, unfortunately, we don't have biblical Hebrew course at the State Uni. So the only language course is the modern Hebrew language. But even the modern language, I do understand why you are asking this question, because learning a modern language to study Bible, it's a bit, you know, not the, you know, not the right, you know.
A little tricky.
Yeah, a little tricky, but still it's interesting that students do want to learn at least modern Hebrew to be able to read the Bible or to understand more about the culture. But I'm sure if we had biblical Hebrew, they would go for that instead of modern. And I do hope that in the future we'll have experts who would be able to teach also biblical Hebrew. But I think I do remember one of my fellows who was studying modern Hebrew, and then he made this transition to biblical Hebrew. Because once you know modern Hebrew, I think it's easier to learn on your own biblical, which can be a very good I think, start for reading the Bible. But besides that, people usually, I think, rely on our experts at the theological seminary, where they only learn biblical Hebrew. And I know people who take courses with the experts from the theological seminary to be able to read Bible and to do more research on biblical Hebrew. Yes, so that's the situation.
Thank you very much. You dealt with it very good.
It's very interesting. It raises all sorts of questions that I would like to pursue, but I see Anna has very patiently been raising her hand.
Yeah.
So please go ahead, Anna. You're muted. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Going back to the question that was asked about the Holocaust and the teaching Holocaust in Armenia. Probably Ani doesn't know, but we do teach Holocaust in Armenia. I personally teach at the American University of Armenia, and we have special course on Holocaust history, Holocaust studies, and also we have several courses on American University of Armenia. I personally teach gender and genocide course, which includes also the history of Holocaust, because you cannot teach genocide if you are not including Holocaust, of course. Mm-hmm. And also I want to mention that I worked at the Armenian Genocide Museum Institute for 7 years before moving to the Stressler Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies. And of course, we were collaborating with Holocaust scholars such as Yaron, Charney, and they were the ones who were helping us to understand also comparative genocide, not only from the scope of Vahagan Dadarian, who was one of the leading scholars who started comparing genocides. He started, as you know, the field of comparative genocide studies, and but generally to understand the tragedy, as such, and to compare two genocides, Holocaust and the Armenian genocide, and to understand, to better understand what happened with both nations. And what comes to uniqueness of genocide, that was interesting that you have mentioned. In 2016, when I was in Israel, there was International Network of Genocide Scholars conference there, and it was also was dedicated to the centennial of the Armenian genocide. And one of the leading scholars of Holocaust studies, Yehuda Bauer, was there. Yehuda Bauer, who is the father of the uniqueness of the Holocaust, he has mentioned that even though he was mentioning that Holocaust is unique, but he should admit that every genocide is unique. And the uniqueness of Holocaust comes from the well-studied of that crime. As you know, Holocaust is one of the best studied genocide from all other genocides. So that's why it at some sense, it's unique, but we have to keep in mind, as Yehuda Bauer mentioned in that conference in his speech, that every genocide is unique. So yeah, I just wanted to jump in. And of course, Holocaust studies, even Armenian genocide studies, professionally talking, it's very new in Armenia, very new. And the exchange of Holocaust scholars and Armenian genocide scholars is crucial, basically, to make it even better. So this is what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much. It's really stimulating. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted to add to that?
Yes.
Then Aviad, I see also. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Anna Jan, and sorry for my lack of knowledge about the courses, Holocaust courses offered at AUA. I know for sure that I was talking about the State Uni, so I know for sure that State Uni doesn't have any courses, but I'm very happy to learn about these courses being taught at the AUA. And if I'm in Armenia, I would like to attend at least one of your courses. That's a very big news to me too. Yeah, so I do remember, by the way, Yehuda Bauer doing the same comment when I was at Yad Vashem on a week-long seminar. Yeah, Yehuda Bauer's role at the Holocaust studies is, yeah, very, very big. So, yeah, I just have a small question. I wanted to ask Anna when they started offering Holocaust courses at AUA. When was
so Annie, let me be a little bit rude here again and ask Anna to answer that question.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
in the
yeah.
next session when Anna will be speaking, because I don't want to run us too much out of time here.
Yeah.
Let Aviad ask or speak, because you've raised your hand also.
Only if we have time for this, because I know we are running a little late. So I can hold a question.
Okay, I mean, you're up to you, Aviad.
It's a very politically loaded question. I'm not sure that's the right time for this. So we'll wait. I was going to ask about Zionism, basically. So yeah, okay.
So I'll tell you that behind the scenes, Aviad and I were discussing whether we have time to take a little bit of a break between this session and the next. And I don't think we do. So, but we will have a break after the next session. So I had a bunch of questions here too, and some anecdotes to share. I hope that we'll have a chance to do that later on. But so let me begin first of all by thanking you, Annie, and also all of our participants. And I will move us then, in the interest of time, into our next session, which in fact, the last few minutes of our conversation did a good job of moving us into. Our next session will focus on gendered aspects of Armenian and Israel studies, and we have two speakers. Why don't I do this? I will introduce both of you with your permission right now, and then we'll simply flow smoothly from one talk to the next. Hang on, I just have to locate where I put your bios. Here we go. Okay, so our first speaker will be Anna Alexanyan. Here, now I am braving the Armenian. It took me years to learn Arman's last name, how to pronounce it correctly. So I hope I did an okay job. So Anna began her academic training at Yerevan State University. She's currently a PhD candidate at the Strassler Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Clark University. Her dissertation explores gendered aspects of the Armenian genocide in the experience of victimized women. After Anna, we will hear from Lilach Rosenberg-Friedman, who is a scholar of modern Israel with a stress on social history and specifically issues of gender. She's currently chair. Lilach, are you in fact currently chair, or did you now?
Yes. Meanwhile,
yes, okay.
I'm saying it for 4 years now, 5 years. Meanwhile.
I wasn't sure if I was
Yes.
outdated or not.
Yeah.
So she's chair of the Department of Land of Israel Studies and Archaeology at Bar-Ilan University. She's the author of a number of important studies on the social history of Israel and the Yishuv, the pre-state Jewish community in Palestine. I'll mention her fairly recent book called Birthrate Politics in Zion, Judaism, Nationalism, and Modernity Under the British Mandate. I also want to briefly mention, before I do turn the floor over to our speakers, that Lilach is also one of the co-chairs of the organizing committee of the upcoming conference of the Association for Israel Studies. And I mention this because I think one of the things we should all be thinking about here is having a session or two at that upcoming conference.
Wonderful
let's bear
idea.
that in mind.
Wonderful idea. Yeah.
And so I'll turn the floor over first to Anna then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for this wonderful event. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank Arman and all the organizers of this meeting conference. And I want to thank also for including me because it is a rare opportunity to share your research. Because what we have just discussed and because what I have heard, I want to a little bit changed my program a bit because I want to bring my experience of Armenian genocide scholars and Holocaust scholars and their exchange to your I want to share it with you. So what Ani just asked me, first I want to start from her a question and answer her question. So American University of Armenia has a genocide and human rights studies program. It's a minor. And it started from general genocide studies course, which my colleagues were and still teaching at American University of Armenia. And why this course was important? Because we thought at the AUA that it is important that Armenian students not only learn Armenian genocide history, which somehow in Armenia we Armenian scholars teach in a bubble, kind of it, it is not connected somehow with other genocides of what was going on in the 20th century and what resulted that genocide, etc. But the way that it is teaching in our schools is different, so we wanted to change that. The main goal of that course to give our students also understanding of other genocides and the understanding of genocide, what genocide is, also from different, bringing together different genocides and analyzing them and comparing them to better understand also our own tragedy and how it influenced nowadays Armenia. So, and this brought to us, because, and of course in that course, and I am similar, I know the syllabus of this course, I know that it includes 2 weeks of Holocaust, teaching Holocaust, and we thought that this is very important, that those students who are interested in taking this course, they probably should have a chance also to take a Holocaust studies course, which was offered by Suren Manukyan, one of the adjunct lecturers at the AUA, who offered this course even before offering Armenian genocide course. A history of Armenian genocide course. So I just wanted to bring this here because it is important and it is a growing field. And also, again, when I was working at the Armenian Genocide Museum Institute, only few scholars from Israel or from the Holocaust studies field I knew, but we had all the literature on the Holocaust studies, which was for my professional growing was very important. And then deciding to go and to continue to start my PhD at the Stressler Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies also kind of was a way to make this connection with Holocaust scholars who and I went there, I learned a lot from them, especially Deborah DeWork, who was back then director of the Stressler Center. And in that center, I met very, very good young Holocaust scholars who became my friends and with whom we started to discuss and to compare also Armenian genocide and Holocaust from different angles. For example, my friend studies perpetrators, Einsatzgruppen, and I was giving her materials about Teşkilat-ı Mahsusa, the special organizations which was involved in actual killing, face-to-face killing. And it was very interesting to write together a paper about perpetrators and to understand how it was organized from the central, from instigators and what was behind that, and so on and so forth. So this is just to to share with you about my experience and also having friends from Holocaust studies and sharing our nowadays experience about nationalism and everything also gave us opportunity to understand how genocide or what we went through genocide, how greatly it impacted both our states and our identity and our nationalism today, because there are a lot of similarities. I mean, this is out of my topic, but I have a very good friend and colleague, Ras Segal. We were discussing with him how, for example, the hunger during the genocide, starving during the genocide impacted our families, and how it is difficult to go home, back home in our holidays and convince our grandmothers and mothers not to feed us every 2 hours. And this is something that we share, and this is something that we went through, and it is what we are. And I think this kind of exchange is very important also from the perspective of understanding what we went through and the impact of the Holocaust and genocide on our nation. Okay, so now moving on my topic. So as I have mentioned, it is written in the program. So it is about gendered aspects of the Armenian genocide in the experiences of it victimized females. So again, I should go to Holocaust and say that these gendered aspects of the Armenian genocide and in general what Armenian women went through during the genocide was neglected during all this year. Again, because of the impact of the Holocaust studies, because it was some topic that was neglected in the Holocaust studies field. And as we know, only in 1980, some Holocaust scholars started to write about the Jewish women experiences during the Holocaust. And it took about 20 years after that for Armenian genocide scholars to pay attention what Armenian women went through and what was that experience. So my thesis basically focuses on this, and my thesis focuses how Armenian women were living in the Ottoman Empire before the genocide, and I write about the intergender dimensions of Armenian nation, and also this connected to the other minorities, including Kurds, Greeks, Assyrians, and Turks, who were living next to Armenians in Anatolia, Eastern Anatolia, or the Armenian provinces of the Ottoman Empire, and to understand how they were living and what was the life before the genocide for Armenian women also. So I do that. I did that research, and I should mention that as we think about Ottoman Armenians, probably most of those who didn't study the region, they think that Armenians from this region were very similar, they had the same customs, etc., but it was not. Armenians from different districts, from different provinces of the Ottoman Empire were very different. They spoke different dialects, they had different, even intergender relations. At some point, for example, if we take a district of Mush, it was very conservative, and if we take the province of Sivas, Sebastia, it was very much advanced because of the presence of foreign missionaries who worked there, etc., etc. So, and also in the scope of this, I study how local Muslim men's, how local Muslim men were through sexual violence were trying to suppress Armenian community in this region, and how it impacted Armenian family life and Armenian gender structure. And having this, I write about the Armenian genocide, how Armenian men were killed, as you know, and Armenian women and children were deported, and how I write about how Armenian women from this different region were responding to several crimes, including forced marriages, sexual violence, rape, and how they as a result of what they went through, became and what regarding their responses of this crime, how this became as a result of it, Armenian intergender connection and intergender structure was changed, and how this change basically helped Armenians to survive the genocide. But again, having all these, what Armenian women went through, how they are going through all these experiences, how they managed to preserve Armenianness, and at some point giving their lives and their honor, they preserve some male Armenian, some Armenian boys hiding, etc. As a result, after the genocide, when Armenian nation was reconstructing, it was forgotten, and the voices of Armenian women were forgotten, even though we have several memoirs published. If you read early works on the Armenian genocide, you just cannot see the voices of Armenian women, and only generalized picture of what they went through. So I don't know if I have time, but I want to conclude and maybe
you have about another 3 minutes or so, Anna, if you'd like.
Okay, so this is basically it. I introduced you in general my research, and again, as a post-Soviet country, Armenian Republic afraid to pronounce the word gender, and it takes a lot of energy to present my work in Armenian, in Armenia, among Armenian academics and colleagues who do not, they do not think that women and men experience should be divided, and it should study in different way. And in this regard, it is still challenging to present my work among Armenian scholars in Armenia, not outside of Armenia, but in Armenia. So yes, I will stop here, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. I suggest that what we do in these next sessions is we'll hear our speakers, and then we'll save the questions. So write your questions down so you don't forget them. I have at least one big question for you, Anna. We'll save it till after, and we'll hand the floor over to Lilach. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Anna. And it's like I'm continuing your presentation, but I'll be, I think, more specific. But let's find out what we'll get at the end. So thank you, Arya, thank you, Aviad, and thank you, Aman. By the way, are you a relative of the well-known composer? Khachaturian, yeah? Okay, this is the only Armenian name that I recognize.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. I would like to tell a story. When I was visiting the State Archive of Israel in an elevator, one worker asked me, "Are you a relative of big, like this prominent compositor Aram Khachaturian. I say, yes, am I? And it goes well, and she gave me all papers that I need. And then she told me that Aram Khachaturian is the best compositor of the world. So yes.
Wow.
I'm not.
Good for you.
I don't have any connection with these big compositors.
Okay.
I just want to say that even I have at least 2 or 3 times heard Arman ask that question.
Of course. Well, of course. Okay. So to my sad story. Actually, my first encounter with the genocide of the Armenians was involved with gender aspect. I was a young girl when I read Dvorah Omer book, Sarah Giborat Nili. Sarah, the heroine of Nili, Sarah Aronson. She was the first Hebrew woman spy. She was a member of the anti-Turkish spy network Nili during World War I. And in 1915, Sarah left Turkey and traveled to Palestine, and on her way, she witnessed the murder of the Armenians and their suffering. And this was one of the factors that pushed her to the decision that everything must be done to remove the Turks from Palestine. After that, I read 40 Days of Musadag and read more about literature about the Armenian genocide, and also literature on the Holocaust. And also I didn't deal with the subject in my research. It sometimes came to my mind, especially when I dealt with history of women and children in emergencies and national struggles, because there are similarities both in the historical events and in the historiography about it. So I'm really, really excited about this opportunity to attend this important workshop. At the beginning of my talk, I will briefly present the study of history of women and gender in Israel, and then I'll present a specific test case that I believe has similarities to this panel and the paper, your presentation, Anna. So despite the fact that women formed integral part of new Jewish society established in Palestine as known as the Yishuv, and despite the fact that women had contributed to it in various ways, their voices remained mute for decades. Furthermore, while men were perceived as shouldering the burden of the national revolution and becoming a new type of Jew, women were primarily portrayed as remaining in their traditional place, playing the role of helpmate to the menfolk within the national and revolutionary project. Right through the 1980s, however, Israeli historiography preserved one of the founding myths of the Yishuv, namely being an egalitarian society from a gender perspective. And this was based on the formal political equality, the right to vote, the supposed egalitarian nature of the kibbutzim, the communal settlements, and the participation of women in the defense forces. When the state of Israel was established in May 1948, it became the only Western country in which military service was compulsory for both men and women, and this set the seal on the myth of gender equality. During this stage, the Zionist story was told from a male angle, women only being treated in very general terms and in restricted context. There was one national story, one national identity for men and women alike, and other stories or identities were rarely acknowledged. Specific and exceptional women who fit the central narrative of the local history were sometimes known, but there were anecdotes within the main story. The second wave of feminism and the emergence of the field of gender history in North America influenced the developments in Israel. In the early 1980s, in the early 80s, new research began exploring women's narratives, convincing that gender equality in the Yishuv was more myth than fact. It was a new and important stage characterized by shattering accepted historical axioms and voicing the women's story, but focusing exclusively on the labor sector, the kibbutzim, and security. Moreover, although these studies helped to make the women's narrative history heard to some extent, it continued to remain on the margins. However, they nonetheless increased awareness and interest in the subject. So the following years witnessed extensive development in the field. In the 21st century, gender history research began to examine diverse women experiences basing on diverse sources, the press, bulletins, memoirs, biographies, together with oral testimonies by and about women, which is critical in research on women about whom documentation is often scanty. And it's also relevant to the Holocaust studies, and I believe also to the Armenian genocide studies. The gaze shifted away from pioneer women in the areas of settlement and security to those on the periphery of the national collective, women who dealt with hardships, Holocaust survivors, as you mentioned, Anna, religious women, urban bourgeois women, professionals women, Mizrahi women from Islamic countries, women from disparate sectors and ethno-geographical background whose lifestyle, national, religious, social, and gender perception differed greatly, gradually came out of the shadows. From regarding the women as a monolithic block, scholars began seeking to make their individual voices. As a result, research has been extended to other topics, such as family history, motherhood, and the like. From historiography that focused on the stories on women in the local bubble, scholarly attention broadened out and began to become more comparative. While this demonstrates the universal aspect of some of the gender phenomena, it also brought out the unique features of the local situation. It shows, for example, that although there was no gender equality in the new society in Palestine, its creation opened up new windows of opportunities for women, which influenced their place in the new society. All these studies revealed that gender played a seminal role in the national discourse and its implementation, women forming an integral part of the national project and the molding of its society in a wide variety of ways. These studies not only brought to light new chapters in the local history, they shed new light on it. And in fact, they forced to retell it. And this is the agenda of gender studies in Israel nowadays. I would like now to briefly introduce a test case that illustrates it and brings the women's voice from the margins of the local history to its center. So my test study is the story of the women captives of the Israel's War of Independence in 1948. I'll start with a quote. "The only thing that people are interested in is whether or not we were raped," complained Nomi, a medic captured by the Jordanians in May 48 during Israel's War of Independence, and she said it many years later. She further emphasized, "Captivity is a terrible thing. You lose your humanity and you lose your dignity, and it has nothing to do with your panties. We were taught not to hand over our weapons. We were raised on statements such as, 'It's good to die for our country.' Suddenly, just the opposite happens right before your eyes." With these words, Nomi indicated the aspects that considered significant when she fell into enemy hands. We also see the disparity between public awareness in regard to the women captives, which focused on sexual violence, and the personal experience she actually endured, which was made up of a range of facets, some universal, other unique to the context of the specific time and situation, some of which were experiences that are shared by all captives, others that were unique to women. The public discourse throughout the world makes a gender distinction with regard to captivity, ascribing a different experience to men and women captives, leading to them being treated differently in this context. This distinction goes beyond the specific context of captivity because its impacts of women's place and role in times of war and in military framework. In Israel, where military service is compulsory for both men and women, and where one's military service, as we all know, has implications for civilian life afterwards, the gender perception of captivity are especially salient. So captivity is mostly viewed as a masculine phenomenon and is highly charged subject in Israeli society that raises questions related to values, politics, cultures, and the law. The Masada ethos, which means the idea of fighting to the last drop of blood, which delegitimizes captivity, had considerable influence on the shaping of the portrait of Israeli combat soldier until the Yom Kippur War. We are actually at the eve of Yom Kippur. However, the current view of captivity in Israel is fundamentally different. An IDF soldier that is taken captive is perceived as the child of all of us, as the Gilad Shalit case illustrates. This is all the more so when it is feared that a woman soldier may have been taken captive. So Israel mandated compulsory military service for women. However, over the years, various reasons have been offered for the opposition to the inclusion of women in combat roles. The matter of women being taken captive also comes up in this regard, while at the center lies the society's difficulty in accepting a situation in which women fall captive and may be at risk of being raped. However, the experience of 96 women prisoners of war in the War of Independence, 1948, was not raised or considered in debates that dealt with the subject. I'm trying to illuminate on this episode because I believe we can learn from this women's experience. This is, by the way, an example of the importance and the relevance of historical episode to our lives today. But this is another issue to discuss. So the gender approach to captivity was put to the test of reality during Israel's War of Independence, during which 96 women and about 900 men were taken captive by the enemy. Some were combat soldiers, other civilians who were present at the front when it fell. Some participated on the battles as trained fighters, signalers, and guards. Others were medics. Some provided food and transferred weapons to the guard posts. Those from the settlements in the front lines remained in the front after the evacuation of mothers and children when the security situation had worsened. The vast majority of the women captives were young, unmarried women. A few were married and a very small number were mothers of children that had been previously evacuated. The majority of the women taken prisoners were held by Jordan. Many of these women were Holocaust survivors for whom the experience of captivity was especially traumatic. They were taken to prison in Hebron and then to camp in El Jamal in northern Jordan. Most of them were held in captivity 1 month, minority 7 months. For example, the 2 women from Jerusalem who were members of the Jewish Defense Forces, the Haganah, that volunteered to go into captivity together with the wounded so that they could care for them. By the way, they were separated from the men for all these 7 months. 7 women members of Kibbutz Nitzanim in the south were captured by the Egyptian in June 48. They were part of the 150 Israeli captives taken by Egypt, and they remained in Egyptian captivity for about a year. 8 women from the rural settlement Mishmar Yarden in the north, including one pregnant woman, a medic who was injured during the surrender, were captured by Syria in June 48 and held from 8 to 14 months. The moment of surrender was one of the most difficult in captivity. The surrender came in wake of fierce battles that took the lives of many, leaving only wounded and exhausted fighters. The brutal reality was accompanied by intense feeling of humiliation, guilt, and grave fears for the unknown future. These fears were largely the result of the perception of captivity as a whole, and in particular, its gender aspects, which were shared by both the men and women captives. All the captives were exposed to the rubble in the streets, were accompanied by an inflamed mob that taunted and spat and jeered them, called for them to be lynched, throwing stones at them, making lewd gestures and hurling burning cigarettes at them, threatened to kill them. The humiliation was great, recollected the women. Don't let them see you cry, and women who cried were told. At this stage, the women captives were especially fearful of being sexually assaulted. We were terrified of being raped is a phrase that occurred very frequently in the testimonies of the women captives over the years, which gives some indication of the intensity of their fear. Sexual violence towards women has been part of wars almost everywhere, since ancient times and up to the present. Rape of women in wars performs a number of functions. It is a demonstration of power and men's control over women. It serves as a weapon of war and means to carry out genocide. Often, rape is part of the conquest of the victors who looted the vanquished enemy's womb along with the other spoils of war and nationalizing it, as illustrated by the mass rape of German women by Soviet soldiers at the end of World War II. And the Germans actually anticipated it even at the beginning of the war, and the leaders used it to encourage the men to fight, because if they lose, then the Soviet soldiers will rape their women. In war, rape often goes beyond the interest of the individual and is directed, it is community. It humiliates the men that belong to the victim society and displays their inability to protect the women. Furthermore, the perception of women as a national symbol gives symbolic meaning to the sexual violence directed against them in war. It is perceived by both the aggressors and victims as something that undermines the collective identity of the ethnic or national group under attack and demonstrate the control and superiority of one nation or ethnic group over another. This symbolic meaning plays a major role in the discussion of captivity and gender. These fears reflect the traditional gender approach that views men as protecting women and the perception of the rape of women captives as an act that harms the nation. The women captives of Israel appear to have internalized the approach that the rape of women was an inseparable part of the spoils of war. The women captives brought to Hebron by the Jordanians were told by an officer that during the night they would be divided up among the officers for their pleasure. And one of the women recalled people storming the police station in Hebron, demanding the girls will be distributed among the Arabs of the city. The women's captives' apprehension increased after they were separated from the men, who gave them a sense of protection. The men also felt that their presence provided the women with protection and fit for the fate after they were separated. This feeling has its source in the gender approach held by both the women and men captives, that the women were likely to find themselves in an especially difficult situation and the men should protect them. In reality, however, the men were just as helpless as the women. Similarly, there is nothing in the testimonies of the men captives that I examined that indicated that they feared being sexually assaulted. Perhaps they didn't mention this in their testimonies because they were ashamed, but perhaps they weren't afraid of it, and it was really a gender distinction. Some of the women were physically assaulted. The women medics from the old city were beaten on the way to the to the camp in El Jamal. Rivka was taken prisoner by the Syrian, refused to remove her coat and was severely kicked and beaten by a captor with a rifle back. The women from Nitzanim were taken to Egypt, were beaten and also assaulted when their captors dropped them and tore off their clothes until they were left almost naked. One of the women told me. All of this heightened the fears and concerns. They abated somewhat during the imprisonment itself, but remained a constant presence. It is difficult to relate to the experience of women captives as monolithic in view of the fundamental difference that existed in different places and in the length of time they were held in captivity. As can be expected, these differences, along with the variances in the personal identity of each of the women captives, are intrinsic to the way in which the captivity was experienced by them. Thus, for example, the arduous journey in the densely packed track to an unknown fate was a terrifying experience for all the women captives. However, for the Holocaust survivors among them, it was an especially traumatic event. They began to scream that they were going to be killed. For the survivors, only 3 years after World War II had ended, this was a grim reminder of the threats that they had experienced during the war and intensified their fear of what awaited them. At the same time, we find features shared by all the women captives that cross the boundaries of time, geography, and personal identity, such as after the shock of falling into captivity, the early days of adaptations were difficult both physically and emotionally, and the fears of the unknown continued to haunt the women. Slowly, they began to adjust to the new situation. This meant having to contend with harsh physical conditions and fear. The women captives were held in prison and military camps, overcrowding and sleeping on mats on the cold floor. Shortage of food typified the captivity. The harsh condition, which included lice, diarrhea, etc., were shared by the men too. However, there are some issues that concerned only the women. For example, they were not taken into forced labor outside. They were spared from it because they were women, which was good on the one hand, but on the other, they lacked fresh air and sunlight. They found themselves inactive for long periods. They were bored, and quarrels between them sometimes erupted. To the women was added the concern of their pregnant friends. The women suffered, especially from the lack of hygiene, especially during their menstruation. The fear of rape accompanied the women all the time. In a number of cases, the women captives found themselves in real danger of sexual violence. One frightening event occurred in the prison in Hebron. They broke the bars and tried to get in, wrote one of the women captives in a note to a male friend who was also captive. We started shouting, and they shouted, "Quiet, we are only going to take 5 girls." This event, in which men stormed into the women's quarters and tried to take 5 of them until their cries alerted the guards who drove them off, remains engraved in the memory of many of the women captives who experienced the event and who reconstructed it in their testimonies many years later, with only slight differences between them. It's indicative of the intensity of the trauma that it caused, remaining etched in the memories of the women over the years. The terror of the event further added to the prevalent image that already existed in regard to gender and captivity. However, despite this fear that haunted the women, in all cases, the capturers defended the women captives. Sometimes these were the officers who protected the women from the soldiers. In some cases, the soldiers were the ones who protected the women from enraged mobs. Some of the women attributed to fair treatment they received at the hands of the Jordanians to the British influence on Jordans and to the King Abdallah, to the strict enforcement of the Geneva Convention. The captives were released between June 48 and July 49, most after the conclusion of the armistice agreements between Israeli and the Arab countries. All the liberated women didn't rest on their laurels upon the return to Israel. The released women had many challenges to deal with. The exhausted captives from Jordan were enlisted into the IDF a day after they returned from the captivity. It was during the war. The women released at later stages found themselves in a newly established state, still contending with the aftermath of the war, with its many wounded, the economic austerity regime, the absorption of massive immigration, and much more. The rehabilitation of the women who returned from captivity was shunted to the sideline in the view of the current exigencies. Furthermore, Israel, like many other places in the West world, was not aware of the need to care for and rehabilitate captives of war. In addition, the stigma of their surrender further complicated matters. Although they were never explicitly accused of being traitors, in the Israeli women's own eyes, their captivity was nothing to boast about at that time in history. So to conclude the captivity from the gender perspective, the women captives in the overwhelming majority of cases spent less time in captivity than did the men, and were released before the men. They received somewhat better conditions than the men, and the physical treatment was in most cases better and less brutal than that of the men, especially in the early stages. All this points to the fact that the capturers perceived them above all as women rather than as soldiers or a security asset. The dread of rape, however, was typical to the women captive and was present throughout all the stages of captivity. Rape was often present in the threats made by the capturers and is mentioned often in both the testimonies of the women captives at a time and many years later. This is so despite the fact that the threat of sexual violence hung like a dark cloud over the captivity without it actually having any practical expression. The frequent mention of the subject in the women's testimonies points to the intensity of its presence and that the fact that it created a very distressing experience for the women, even if it was never carried out. The experience is unique to the women, and if mentioned in the men's testimonies, it is only in the context of their concern for the women. I must mention here another difference. Unlike the men captives who wrote biographical books and testified about their experience, the women refrained from doing so. They remained silent. And also in the women's testimonies, we find descriptions of emotions which are lacking from the men's. So I don't have time to discuss it. So the story of the women captives of Israel reveals another chapter in the history of women in Israel. However, it also sheds light on the general historical story, on the nature of societies, both of the captors and the captives. The Israeli women captives illuminate the nature of the society to which they belong. Although the fact that both men and women fell into enemy captivity during the war appears to offer further evidence of the equality between the sexes that seemingly prevailed during that period, an analysis of the experience of the captivity from a gender perspective seems to provide evidence of the differences between the sexes of this society. The story of Israeli women captives can serve as a private case for examining broader insights related to gender and war, gender and genocide. It demonstrates the complex ties between captivity and gender and the perceptions that accompany these ties, crossing geography, society, and time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lilach. So let's take now a few minutes for questions and discussion. I see Ben, you have your hand raised. Go ahead. We can't hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, probably it will be the same question I would be asked. I mean, the relationship to Armenia, but I wanted to push you a bit, maybe further, to think of whether, or maybe to hear. It's a question for the Armenian friends here about the similarities or differences, and as I know, Armenia does not have compulsory service for women, but I'm sure there is some discussion about this differential treatment of men and women in regard to the military. So I was wondering, what can we learn from your discussion on issues in Armenia, or maybe vice versa from Anna, what we can learn.
I think that maybe Anna can say something about it, because I didn't research the Armenian case, but I can assume that from my comparative studies, and we are dealing with the same situation in wars, where the sexual violence is very has its influence or in many wars and situations like this. And I guess that also in the during the Armenian genocide, there was a sexual violence against women. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, so maybe I'll ask Anna this question.
Yes, yes. So Anna, please.
Yeah, a great question. And so this is part of my dissertation. Sexual violence against Armenian women during the genocide was essential, and it was one of the tools of the Armenian genocide, and how it was organized and how it was done. Basically, it largely impacted the reconstruction of Armenian nation and after the genocide, and the silence that it comes afterwards, because it was not just a rape, it was a gang rape, and it was done sometimes ritualizing these actions, for example, raping Armenian women inside of Armenian churches, and after doing that in front of the Armenian community, of course, or doing that in Armenian holy books, which after that some women committed suicide, saying like they were dishonored in front of their gods, also in front of their community. So how they gonna continue living after what happened? And also very interesting, they were raping Armenian women in that very location where they came from the very beginning of the deportation. And I assume that was also an act to not allow these women, even if they will survive, not allow them to come back to that very place because of what happened. And unfortunately, when we read the literature on rape as a weapon of genocide or war, we start from these Berlin Soviet soldiers. And it is very interesting. I have to share with you what happened with me a few years ago. I was in Venice School of Human Rights. We were meeting a Yazidi survivor of ISIS sexual captivity. So, and the UN representative there started her lecture referring the Berlin case. And it was astonishing when I asked why she's not talking about Armenians, because Armenian women, you know, the sexual violence was one of the essential tools of the Armenian genocide. She said, you know, if I will say something like this, next day, the Turkish delegation will be sitting in my office and we're gonna be cut it from our finances. So I cannot do that, even though I am somehow familiar with what happened with Armenians. So this is also kind of a very political, unfortunately, thing. And if we come to the post-genocide Armenia, we have first Karabakh War and the second Karabakh War. We have from this 2020 Artsakh War, Karabakh War, we had one Armenian captive, a woman captive, Maral, and her case was tremendous. It was all Armenians around the globe, including Armenians from Beirut, because she was from Beirut and her grandparents were survivors of genocide. That's why she ended up in Beirut. And then she came back, immigrated to Armenia to live here. And while she was captured, her sister was receiving messages and videos of sexual insults, and these Azeri soldiers think that she's very pretty, they're gonna, you know, rape her one by one, they're gonna enjoy her body, etc., etc. And that was circulating in Armenian social media and also in Armenian news, which was brought this kind of a connection or collective memory to the Armenian genocide, what Armenian women went through. And interestingly enough, when she was freed, she didn't mention a single word about what she went through regarding. She didn't mention a single word, just saying that she was treated well, she was isolated, she was in a prison, she never hoped that she will get out. And when one day the authorities of prison said that she's going to be sent to Beirut, she was shocked and happy wherever. And silence that comes from her, I mean, even though before she was freed, in Armenian media, we have all these you know, voice messages, because they just took her phone, found her sister's number, and, you know, sending all these voice messages, how they were torturing her, etc. It disappeared, and silence came. And I assume no one even will ever try to ask her if she went through sexual, if she was raped, if she went through all these tortures, if it was just, you know, Azerbaijani soldiers trying to, you know, tear her sister, family, or entire Armenian public. So yeah, this is
the silence is very typical to women, and women are national symbols, and they are bringing the children to the nation, raising them, and so in national struggles and national war, the rape is a weapon. And the sexual violence is a weapon. It's not for the pleasure of the attacker. And it's very popular. I mean, the Soviet soldiers, all of them were rapists. No, it was perceived as legitimized weapon to use against the enemy. And women were the victims, but it was against the men, actually, not just against the women, but against the men. And the women are not talking about it, yes.
So I'm going to interrupt for a moment here just to say, I'm now facing the dilemma that one always faces as one of the organizers and de facto chair of the session, and that is to, on the one hand, want to encourage this conversation, which I think is really important. On the other hand, to keep at least one eye on the time. So what I think I will suggest, since we're 10 minutes over, and I think we should take the 10-minute break that we've allotted. So we'll begin our next session at 4:30 our time instead. I do want to throw out one comment here because with an eye to the future. And that is, as Anna, as you were speaking, and then Lilach, as you were speaking, I was going to ask each of you to reflect on the importance of gender in shaping our historiographical understandings and so forth. And then at a certain point, it also occurred to me that, we do not, although a number of us have mentioned that trauma and genocide and catastrophe are one of the points of shared history between Armenians and Israelis, Armenians and Jews, that we do not have a session on that, right? But then it occurred to me that in fact, our session on gender, both of our speakers have connected now gender and trauma. Okay? Now, I think that's at least partly coincidence, but I think it raises some interesting questions about also the questions of, and that you've both also touched on, reconstruction in the wake of trauma, reconstruction in the wake of catastrophe, and how gender plays a role in there. And I think as we move forward and think of expanding the conversations and toward publication and toward bringing in additional scholars, I think that could be a really interesting question to bear in mind as we go forward.
Yeah. Okay, very interesting.
So let me then leave that session at that. I think we all deserve the 10-minute break. It's 4:20 Israel time right now, so let's reconvene at 4:30. And we will be going, which session is it again? I have to remind myself, our session on diasporas, Jewish and Armenian diasporas. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello again, everybody. I'm gonna take the lead from here. I'd like to thank again all our speakers that far. No question, we've embarked on a very promising direction. We had this very small conversation in the break. We had the privilege of having the conversation. We hope we eventually in the future we'll have a time to meet in person and have multiple conversations during the break time. I'm very happy to open our third session for today with the title of Armenian and Jewish diasporas, another core question in both fields that shape the field. Unfortunately, we have a very limited time, and my job here today is basically in this session is to make sure we do not twist the time frame too much. I'm going to use an alarm clock for this. Each of you will have 20 minutes, so please make sure you don't, use the time properly. Without further ado, I'd like to move on to our first speaker for today, Dr. Narey. Please correct me if I'm mispronouncing your last name. So it's Narey Galstian, is that right?
Perfect.
Wow.
Perfect, yes.
Yeah, okay, impressive. Okay, so Dr. Galstian will be speaking to us today about engaging stateless and state-linked diasporas, Assyrian and Armenians in the Netherlands. As we can see, there is already a comparative approach embedded in this study, but I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Jewish component may provide additional dimensions here. And I'm very optimistic. So I'd like to present Dr. Galstian. She holds a PhD degree in sociology and methodology of social research from the University of Milan and University of Turin in Italy. Her core field of expertise is migration, with a focus on diaspora studies and migration development linkages. In the past, she was a visiting scholar at UCLA, the Center for International Migration Studies, and also at the University of Southern California, Institute for Armenian Studies, and University of Amsterdam. Currently, she works as a researcher for various international and governmental organizations. So please, Dr. Galstian, without further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. It's a really pleasure to present my PhD dissertation at this workshop conference. If I may share the screen now.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you are, just a minute, I'm gonna make you a co-host.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see your name for some reason. Okay, here you are.
I've co-hosted you now.
Okay, good.
Just 1 second. All right. So today I'm going to, this will be a little bit of a thematic shift because I will be talking about complexities of diasporas by situating them in the, within the concerns of contemporary migration studies. So I will be presenting my PhD thesis generally, and then I will focus on a specific part of it. So as we know, in diaspora literature, there has been a big shift from classical conceptualization of diasporas to modern diaspora conceptualization. So in classical diasporas, the word diaspora has been used to describe the migrant population that were forcibly displaced from their homeland and remained nostalgic and nostalgic feelings towards their homeland. While we can see that recently there has been a very important shift because diasporas and migrant populations have become part of state policies in more than half of the UN member states, including Armenia, Israel, Ireland, and many other countries that developed diaspora ministries or special units in their government to work with their diasporas. So this has been also reflected in the academic debate because social, economic, and political potential of diasporas in conflict, peace building, democratization activities, and homeland development has also attracted scholarly attention. And in the recent studies, for example, if we take Gamben or Ragazzi, there has been a growing tendency to look at diasporas as practice of power driven by the interests of states without really questioning diaspora's links with the homeland and whether the homeland represents an actual nation state. And we can see also that there are mainstream publications about the magic of diasporas, and this whole tendency tries to portray diasporas and the homeland as a solar system, right? So the diasporas are the peripheries and the homeland state is the main place where they are connected, which I called in my thesis as a state-centric approach. And of course, this development is quite paradoxical, considering that the key dimension of classical conceptualization of diasporas was the acceptance that the homeland is accompanied by mythical and nostalgic value. While accepting that in many cases classical diaspora conceptualization and theories were essentializing the reality by, for example, well-known Popekir's argument that there is a tendency to look at the very heterogeneous groups of migrants as a unit of analysis. But also in the theories, I argued that the stateless and homeland categories need to be re-questioned in modern conceptualization of diasporas instead of taking them as given realities. There is a lot of problematization of state-diaspora relations, since most studies pursue a predetermined static set of transport connections. So in my PhD thesis, I asked two main questions. How do diasporas relate to their homelands and to the statehood of their homeland? And how do the absence or presence of statehood shape diaspora's engagement practices? So therefore, I took as a study device between two diasporas, the existence and absence of the nation state. So I compared Dutch Armenian diasporas and Dutch Assyrian diasporas. I suggested to have a diaspora-focused perspective. So I suggested to focus on diaspora's action without, of course, neglecting the structural powers such as the homeland or standing state, host states, and also historical patterns of diasporas. So in my thesis, I looked at justice-seeking activities, for example, for genocide recognition, current-day conflicts, and human rights violations. I looked at collective remittances in support of the homeland and other transnational communities in need. Also, I looked at the diaspora's support to newcomers, those that came from Syria to settle in the Netherlands. So I took diaspora engagement practices as a lens to analyze diaspora's relations with the statehoods of their homelands. Here in this presentation, I will be looking on the last part, support to newcomers from Syria to settle, for them to settle in the Netherlands. So as we know, since the outbreak of the Syrian war, Syrian nationals are accounting for one of the largest number of asylum applicants in Europe and especially in the Netherlands. And Syria is a multi-ethnic and multi-religious country. Also, Assyrians and Armenians, along with Yazidis, Chaldeans, and other groups of minorities are included in the larger migrant groups. So in this part of my research, I asked the following questions. How do diaspora organizations position themselves towards their homeland when helping new arrived migrants displaced from Syria to settle in the Netherlands? And where is home for newly arrived migrants, Syria, the Netherlands, or Armenia? So this study aimed at re-examining homeland diaspora relations through these questions. As about research methods, I carried out qualitative research. I conducted in-depth interviews with newly arrived migrants from Syria, in-depth interviews with representatives of Armenian and Syrian organizations in the Netherlands, as well as for members of diaspora. Also, I hold participant observations of the main community events of the Dutch Armenian and Dutch Syrian communities. So if you look at the theoretical background, except of the apart from the theories on diasporas, classical and modern conceptualization, when we talk about newly arrived Syrian migrants and diaspora's role, mainly we can see that ethnic networks are examined as alternative health providers, as they can ease the entrance of migrants in a new country. And also we can see also the frame of victimization, because ethnic diaspora networks act against the criminalization of irregular immigrants and in defense of asylum seekers by providing the frame of victimization, because they themselves went through the same or similar traumatic experience. And also, when we look at the diaspora and homeland perspective, we can see that in classical conceptualization of diasporas, homeland was seen as an ideal place to which the members of diaspora wish to return. Nevertheless, in the recent migration literature, it is evolving around the governmentality perspective, picturing diasporas as descendants of nation states. And there are also few studies that look at diasporas as non-state actors that shape their own agendas, contribute to conflict or peace-building activities, as well as social and economic growth of their homeland. So within this puzzle of theoretical different concepts, I tried to examine diaspora-homeland relations, because the asylum process needs that they prove that the homeland is a place of injustice and oppression, which goes in conflict with the idealized perception of the homeland and the actual diaspora's intent to keep actual connections with the nation state. Now, when we speak about Armenian and Assyrians in the Netherlands, we can see we will present some features. There are approximately 20,000 Armenians living in the Netherlands and 25,000 Assyrians living in the Netherlands. They had quite similar migration rates. It started since 1950s, and it is still ongoing due to the current war in Syria. And the main reasons for migration were labor migration, war, and same goes for Assyrians. Main sending countries, Turkey, Armenia, Lebanon, Iraq, Iran, Russia, Greece, Syria, and some cases Indonesia for Armenians, and for Assyrians, Turkey, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon. And when I started the fieldwork, the research revealed that these newly arrived migrants were new in the Netherlands, but they were connected with the diaspora through their transnational organizational networks that existed both in Syria and existed in the Netherlands. For example, main transnational organizations were Armenian Apostolic Church, Armenian Revolutionary Federation, Syriac Orthodox Church for Assyrians, Assyrian Church of the East, and Assyrian Democratic Organization. So after coming and settling in the Netherlands, they immediately look for familiar diasporic structures, and these were the main list of organizations that they found in the Netherlands. So also through this organization, diaspora got familiar with the newly arrived asylum seekers in the Netherlands, and also familiarized themselves with collective problems that these groups were facing. In this presentation, I will discuss one collective problems that faced by Armenians and Assyrians. For Armenians, it was a danger of deportation, because as a response to Syrian crisis, the Armenian government has facilitated a straightforward citizenship for Syrian refugees with Armenian origins and called it as homecoming.
This was the easiest path to leave Syria because they were given Armenian passports, and later, by neglecting their Armenian citizenship, they migrated to the Netherlands. Dutch government found out that part of them has already had Armenian citizenship, and then they faced the danger of deportation, despite the fact that many of them do not have any kinds of ties with Armenia except of the formal citizenship, because they were mainly the survivors of genocide, so no actual connection with the existing homeland. And what did diaspora organizations do in this case? They mobilized human and financial resources. Organization leaders told me during the interviews that the best lawyers in Amsterdam were hired to help Syrian Armenians. They mobilized financial resources and organized meetings with political parties such as Christian Union to facilitate a positive atmosphere for Syrian Armenians, political atmosphere to be accepted in the Netherlands. And part of the interviews, they say that if the Dutch government may provide support to Syrians, why not to Armenians? These people have faced double genocide and deportation. First one was in 1915, when they were forced to flee their homeland and find a refuge in Syria. And now we see this situation. So as the interviews showed, this organization used a very silent victimization frame and questioned diaspora state-linked and state-centered characteristic, and they made a very clear distinction between the homeland as a place of common belonging and the homeland as an actual nation state. While in the meantime, Syrians were facing another type of collective problems, which was an unfair treatment in refugee camps. Because in refugee camps in the Netherlands, there was a high chance of conflict between Christian and Muslims in the refugee camps. During the interviews, they said that cultural and religious peculiarities are not being respected in these camps. As one of the priests said during the interviews, that we have received complaints from Christians, they refer to Syrians, that they should not eat during Ramadan. Also, they were not allowed to go into the kitchen. Christians are dirty according to them, and this is in our camps in the Netherlands. They are Dutch, they don't understand, they call it a multiculturalism. Another priest told me that people say that sometimes in Syria they felt safer than in refugee camps. So again, Syrian organization took the role of defending this small minority group in refugee camps, and they tried to liaise with the government so that they separate Muslims and Christians. Of course, they suggested quite unrealistic solutions to bring refugees to the church or to their homes, which of course was not accepted. Again, in this case, statelessness was being framed as something extra, that it was added to a common diaspora experience and also the common application process to get a refugee status. And in both cases, there were quite similar. I observed more similarities than differences, because migrants were being perceived as a new spirit into community life, and they were kind of guaranteeing that there could be a continuation of diasporas and classical traditional diaspora features in the Netherlands. As Syrians, Syrian Armenians or Syrian Assyrians were considered as an exemplary diaspora members. So the diaspora organizations were thinking that they can guarantee that traditional characteristics of diaspora will take new localized forms in the Netherlands with the help of Syrian Armenians and Syrian Assyrians. And when asking them, newly arrived migrants, where is home for them, whether they wish to return back to their country, whether it is Armenia or Syria or the places, they were mainly looking for the security, freedom, dignity, and diasporic attachment rather than physical return to the homeland.
I observed that there was a quite certain attachment and nostalgic feelings towards Syria, especially among Armenians, rather than Armenia, because they were cultivating pieces of home in the Armenian places of the location. For example, one of them said, "I have brought a small plant with me from to the Netherlands, looking at it. I remember
where I came from, what happened, my past, my history. I feel stronger." And the other one, Syrian was yearning for home.
He told that I don't think we will go back to Syria. We have all relatives here, our towns and villages are gone. The world I know has changed. There is no reason for me to go back. So as
All right, 3 minutes, please, okay?
As the
3 minutes.
The familiar translational diasporic organizations serve as a resource for newly arrived migrants to meet their primary needs. Newly arrived migrants are seen as an asset to diaspora communities that guarantee the continuity of diaspora life. And there was a clear distinction between the homeland and the state, because the existence of national structures was often neglected, positioning the diasporas as a stateless group. Both for the Assyrian and Armenian communities, Victimhood and the element of the past have been used when dealing with the current issues. And diaspora organizations, in this case, after the non-state actors, to position newly arrived migrants as the victimized Christian refugees in consideration of the growing hostile attitude towards mass migration from the Middle East.
So the research critiques the assumption that displaced persons long for an idealized lost homeland, and the country of origin does not become a place of collective return for diasporas. Migrants struggle with multi-layered conflicting feelings that include both
nostalgic attachments to memories and realism about the oppression and insufficient conditions that they suffered from. And diaspora organizations have been one of the main service providers to minority groups for their specific needs
that otherwise may have been neglected by international organization or host society or sending country. And in different parts of my research, it was shown that the statelessness and statelingness are not static categories. Diasporas are flexible to make decision on how to position themselves towards the homeland, whether it corresponds to actual existing nation state or not. Thank you very much. I hope I was ready.
Just in time. You have half a minute left, so great. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Really, so fascinating to find out about all these, the globalizing network of Armenians. Actually, in the age of nationalism, I think, and the way it created, this multifaceted network. I must tell you that, when I read your paper. And now, when I listen to your paper, sorry, when I read it now, when I listen to you, I couldn't avoid thinking about my own study. I just need to very quickly mention it about the globalizing Jewish Moroccan diaspora and its relationship with Israel, Morocco, and other homelands. By the way, including Spain, medieval Spain, which is more complex case. We don't have time to, maybe in the Q&As, I can touch on it. And the term double diaspora is also being quite extensively used here. So I really see a very truly promising and productive comparative path here. And perhaps, also research pertaining interconnectivity between the groups. Armenians and Jews who come together in the Americas and Europe as minorities groups who probably were doubly displaced from certain places in the Middle East. So thank you so much for this, and I hope we can continue this conversation later.
Thank you. It would be a pleasure to continue this conversation later.
Thank you so much. Great. So without further ado, our next speaker is Dr. Ben Herzog, who beside being a good friend and a good colleague, is also a senior lecturer at the BGRI, which stands for Ben-Gurion Research Institute, as you know, at the Ben-Gurion University. Dr. Herzog is also the head of the Woodman Scheller Israel Studies International program that Ari mentioned earlier, and is he also has published extensively on citizenship, the topic of citizenship, but he also published a very important book titled Revoking Citizenship, Expatriation in America from the Colonial Era to the War on Terror, which was published by NYU Press. Ben will be talking to us today about questions of diasporas and peripheries. So I wonder how that would connect to what we've heard thus far. I'm sure there are many points of references here, similarities and also dissimilarities. So Ben, without further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank
You have 20 minutes.
And
Okay.
share.
Do you need to show a PowerPoint again?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see if you're, I think you're co-host, right?
No, it said it.
You've been, no, you're not.
Disable participant screen sharing.
Okay, just a minute, Ben.
Your co-host.
No, you're co-host. Okay.
Now I am. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you hear me and see the presentation? Okay.
Your screen is only partial now, Ben, at least on my end.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know why it is like
Same
that.
here.
1 second.
There you
Now?
go. Yes.
Now
good.
it's fine. Yeah.
Now?
Good.
Good. Okay. So actually, I'm happy that it is very, very connected to what Nara just talked about, focusing on immigration and connections in diaspora, immigration, homeland, because this is exactly what I'm going to talk about today. And as I said before in my comment, I think to the left, I'm not going to talk a lot about Armenia. I'm going to talk about Israel and Jewish immigration to Israel. But we should think about those connections. And I think hearing specifically the last talk, I think there are many commonalities that you should think. So I'm going to talk about, as the title said, question of diaspora and peripheries. Specifically, I'm going to talk about the Israeli citizenship law as a case study to understand one angle of the effect or the of the diaspora. If I follow what Aviad mentioned, different ways to study Armenian-Israel relationship, so I'm probably, we can categorize my talk as like a comparison. Let's see what Israel, how Israel is related itself to the diaspora, and then Armenia, how it relates itself. So I'll start with the talk. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So I have graphs too, like, all right. And what I wanted to show in this graph, that when we think about the diaspora politics or about situation of the diaspora, we need to think about at least three main nodes, which is the diaspora community itself and the homeland, whether it's imaginary or real, whether it has a state or does not have a state, and the host country, or the country in which actually the diaspora is living in. So the diaspora relations happen between those three main nodes, and probably there are more, but I would say it's three main. So today I will talk about, in this complicated relationship, about one direct vector of connection, which is how the diaspora community, in this specific the Jewish diaspora, affect or influences the homeland, or in my case, Israel as the Jewish state. And I'm also even focusing even more, and not talking in general in influence of the diaspora, but on what my main topic of study, which is citizenship policy. And I'll explain what I mean. So when we think about citizenship, we can think about different things, but one of the main focuses is the question of who belongs and who is entitled to be a citizen. If we take Roger Brubaker's, I think one of his famous books on citizenship, a nation in France and Germany, he wrote, "We live in a world bounded and exclusive citizenaries. Every modern state identified a particular set of persons as its citizens and defines all others as non-citizens, as aliens." So the main question of citizenship is who belongs, who is allowed to cross the national boundaries, the state boundaries, and join the national community. Of course, we need to remember this is mainly a symbolic element, because most of the citizens around the world, even in immigration countries like in Israel, most of the citizens are born and die in their country of citizenship. They do not immigrate. Most of the world do not immigrate, but actually get the citizenship where they are born. So as I said before, today I'm going to talk specifically how the Jewish diaspora influenced the Israeli citizenship regime, and connecting maybe a bit to the topic of the conference, and ask, okay, so how this is different when we think about the Armenian diaspora, or what did it tell us in general about the relationship between the diaspora and the homeland. Okay, so I think the main way of becoming an Israeli, both empirically, practically, but also symbolically, is connected to the law of return. The idea that any Jew can immigrate to Israel and then almost automatically get Israeli citizenship upon after immigrating. It's two different laws, but actually it's a simple automatic process. This is not only the most known and it's very much studied element, and places Israel as an ethnic citizenship regime. The idea that co-ethnics have preference over other people in getting citizenship. If we think about by the way, about the comparison, one of the interesting things that I saw that Armenia did, and please correct me if you know differently, that Armenia does give preference to ethnic relations. So if your ethnicity is Armenian, you have, it's an easier path toward acquiring citizenship, but it's not automatic. Unlike, let's say, birth or in Armenia, or a birth to Armenian citizens, even if it's abroad, which is automatic, this ethnic element is not automatic. Actually, it is interesting to think why in Armenia it's different. So, as we will see, as almost it's maybe self-evident that this very principle law is connected to the diaspora, is connected to very much to the needs of the diaspora to immigrate to Israel. Another element that Israel is in a way unique, because at that time in the 50s, when it legislated this law, it was one of the only countries actually to allow dual citizenship. The idea that you can hold one citizenship, Israeli citizenship, alongside other citizenships or the country of origin. Most countries asked you to give away your citizenship if you want another one. So Israeli allowed it. One of the reasons it allowed it is for the diaspora, in the idea that it would ease the incoming of new immigrants if they don't need to waive or give away their original citizenship. As I wrote it before, it actually does not apply to naturalized citizens, those who go through a process of becoming Israelis, but this is a very, very small part of Israeli immigration, because most of the citizens are either Jews who get it automatically, or actually people who are born to Israeli parents, whether they're Palestinians or not, or Jewish, if you're born to a parent who is Israeli, you're also Israeli automatically. Another thing which also is, I think, very unique to Israel is the idea of option out. Actually, they use the term in English, option out, even if the discussion was in Hebrew. And the idea that if you, as I said before, if you come to Israel as a Jew, you get automatically Israeli citizenship, but it is possible to opt out, actually to ask not to become an Israeli citizen. And the idea here is that also to allow the diaspora, immigrants from the diaspora, to come to Israel, but not having this problem of dual citizenship. This actually was debated, but it wasn't actually accepted in the end. The idea to give all Jews around the world Israeli citizenship, it was not accepted, so I'll pass that. But there was also in 1970 an idea to give citizenship. As I said before, Israeli citizenship was given after you made Aliyah, after you came to Israel, but it was decided that you could actually get citizenship before making the Aliyah, as long as you actually you are going to do it. It's not for all Jews, but if you are presenting evidence that you are planning to make Aliyah, you could get Israeli citizenship. 1972, less important, but the idea that the status of Israelis is not dependent upon their parents. So if a parent has changed their status, it doesn't mean that the child. And I'll explain in a minute how all those laws are connected. Because all of them, in a way, try to, I'm not sure which was, try to adjust the citizenship laws, the immigration laws of Israel in order to encourage the diaspora to immigrate to Israel. What is interesting is actually that at least in the 50s, they actually didn't have much practical connection to this this kind of legislation. So the Israelis thought or imagined what would the diaspora want, and therefore change its laws accordingly. So you can see that each of the laws was connected to a specific diaspora. The idea of dual citizenship was to encourage the diaspora mainly from affluent countries, maybe mainly North America and Europe. The idea to give citizenship before Aliyah was mainly geared toward the immigration from the Soviet Union, which were not allowed to make Aliyah, to immigrate to Israel, but nevertheless symbolically Israel wanted to show that it cared for and cares about for those who want to make Aliyah but it cannot. And the granting different status for children and parents is geared toward now what we what at that time was called Yordim, or those Israelis who left Israel, and it was attempting to strengthen the ties between their children and their parents. But why I'm telling you all this story is actually to show you my main point, and the fact that not all diasporas are equal. So yes, Israel was geared and changed its citizenship laws according to the diaspora, but it wasn't talking about the diaspora as one single unit, but actually thought about different diasporas, whether it's about specific diaspora, whether it's North America, whether it's the Soviet Union, whether it's Israeli immigrants, and therefore not only Israel treated those diaspora differently, but also they actually had, and it's connected maybe, had differential ways to affect the Israeli policy. So I'm going to talk about two of such measures. One is direct actions. So some diasporas, mainly since the 60s, but sometimes before, did try to engage with the Israeli authorities, tried to practically to influence Israeli citizenship laws. Again, here, not all diasporas are equal. So there were some diasporas who were able to participate in this debate, while others were not. So, for example, here is a letter I found of from the Association of Americans and Canadians in Israel, which asked to change this laws I mentioned before about option out. They try to change it wouldn't be automatic or something like that. I don't want to get into the details exactly what they asked, but they actually went to the legislators, to the Knesset, which is the Israeli parliament, and asked them to change the laws. Of course, only North Americans could do that, were well organized and had the political power. But another way was actually sending direct letters to the embassies and the consulate abroad, diplomatics of Israel. So we can see, and this is the graph I said found in the Israeli archive, of letters to, or actually it's letters from the embassies to the Jerusalem about specific cases. And you can see that this, the diaspora did try to intervene and to ask questions, at least, on how the citizenship laws happens. Here again, not all diasporas are equal. There were some diasporas that participated more in those debates and actually asked more and asked more questions and requested more interventions, mainly if we think about North America and Europe. But what we call the periphery also a bit played in this or participated in this game. So they did send letter. Of course, we need to remember that it's a bit, this methodology is a bit biased in a sense, because we could only get letters from those countries who have diplomatic relations with Israel. So places like North Africa or the Middle East were not represented, not because they didn't want to influence Israeli policy, but they just didn't have those embassies or consulates to reach to. In addition, you can think about what we call symbolic influence. So not all diasporas are equal in the sense that some are perceived by Israeli or by themselves as more powerful or bigger or more important, and therefore have more influence. So we can see the debates even before there was the direct action. As I said, the direct action came more or less later on, after the laws were legislated, the citizenship laws were legislated. But even then, we can see that we can see that during the debates and deliberation around the law, they were thinking a lot about those immigrants from North America and how we can attract those immigrants.
Ben?
Yes.
You have 1 minute.
I finish it even less.
Okay,
I'll
great.
also have 30 seconds left.
You're very
So,
easy today.
yeah, so if because I finish in a graph, by the way, in my clock, I have 2.5 minutes, but it's okay. Okay, no problem. So if I said, well, diaspora politics about relationship in the host country, diaspora communities, homeland, actually, we should actually think about this graph as a bit more complicated in the sense that we're not talking about a diaspora, but actually many diasporas communities. And we cannot think about a Jewish diaspora, but Jewish diasporas in different places. And each of them have also different ability and different power relation with the center in the way they can affect Israeli politics. And I'm sure, although in Armenia, not all diasporas are equal. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ben. That's a really strong conclusion. And I think it's a very good path, as I mentioned, for further discussion. Sorry, I'm going to stop the clock. And I also like to thank you, Ben, for recentering the nation state, because I think it's obvious that much of our attempts to move beyond the nation state, as I mentioned in my introduction, are actually rooted in the mere fact that the state is a very strong entity in shaping the way people move. So I think you brought a little of that also. We can talk about stateless people, of course, but the states or state linked, to use your categories, Nare, are also very important in our discussions if we touch recent histories.
I think, by the way,
yeah.
Technically, I think I'm still showing my slide.
Yeah, you are.
I don't know how to disconnect that. So maybe if you unhost me or something.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ben, thank you.
Thank you.
I can do it forcefully for you, Ben.
Thank you.
Okay. So our last but not least speaker for today is Dr. Ellie Sperling. Ellie Sperling has traveled and conducted research extensively throughout the Middle East, spending significant period of time in Israel, Cairo, and the Sinai Peninsula. He received his PhD from Ben-Gurion University of the Negev. Which department, by the way, Ellie? Was it from the Middle East department? Oh, from R. I can't hear you.
From BGRI. I did it with R.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm not updated.
It's part of my mafia, Viad.
Okay. Okay, got you. Great. Good to know. Okay, so from 2012 to 2020, Ellie served as the senior academic research coordinator at Emory University's Institute for the Study of Modern Israel. He's currently a postdoctoral associate in Duke University, the Department of Asian and Middle Eastern Studies, and the Center for Jewish Studies. His current research focuses on the proliferation of and use of Hebrew music from Palestine in the American Jewish community in the pre-1948 period. So we're looking forward to hearing your fascinating paper today, Ellie. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, like Ben, this is a paper about the American diaspora and the evolution of its relationship to the Zionist entity, which became Israel, which, by the way, was not self-evident, and we'll understand why. But I imagine there are many points of overlap where we could find comparative analyses between what happened with the American Jewish diaspora and Armenian diasporas worldwide. So, one afternoon in September 1947, 48 young demonstrators invaded the office of the British Admiralty on the 13th floor of a Manhattan office building to protest Britain's recent refusal to allow entry to the Exodus ship full of European Jewish Holocaust survivors seeking safe refuge in British Mandatory Palestine. They denounced the British Admiralty as pirates for the returning to Germany of the passengers of the Exodus ship. And as the impassioned, mostly high school age protesters piled into the rented office space, their voices joined in singing the Star-Spangled Banner, the American national anthem. And following the American national anthem, they immediately burst out into singing Zionist songs to show their support for, quote, those Jewish fighters for Israel, clashing with the British administration and Arab populations amidst political chaos in Palestine. What is quite significant about this protest, and indeed representative of an underexplored yet ubiquitous musical phenomenon in American Jewish and Zionist history, is the distinct ways that Zionist songs were utilized to express Zionist support astride an unquestionable sense of American patriotism. This paper seeks to show how Hebrew music from Palestine evolved as a ubiquitous expression of Zionist support and a widely utilized pedagogical tool to teach about Zionism and Hebrew national culture throughout what may be termed the, quote, Zionization of American Jewry in the pre-1948 period. I will place focus on America's two largest sects of Judaism. In the mid-19th century, the American Jewish community was largely comprised of Central European Jewish, most of whom were affiliated with the Reform Jewish movement, a sect of Judaism born out of that era of Central European history. The resultant Union for Reform Judaism in the United States, established in 1873 as today's largest denomination of American Jewry, and from the dawn of Zionist immigration to Palestine in the early 1880s until the 1930s, a majority of Reform leaders and national institutions maintained a non or even anti-Zionist stance. Part of reflection of Reform Judaism's roots in the tumultuous emancipation of Central European Jewry in the 19th century and America's often xenophobic society, fears existed that adopting an extra American national identity could stymie their goals to join the ranks of the American middle class as a religious minority immigrant group. Further, mainstream Reform theology of the time implored Jews to remain a diasporic people and to integrate into the societies where they were, a theological outlook difficult to reconcile with the ingathering of exilic Jews in Palestine. Despite notable dissenters, until the lead up to World War II, the national leadership of the movement publicly maintained that Zionism was incompatible with diasporic Jewish life in America. And as the Reform movement grew in the United States during the latter decades of the 19th century, Eastern European Jews began to flood into the US. Most of these immigrants settled in New York City, were more traditional in their religious practices, and were more sympathetic to Zionism than the already extant Reform establishment. And while many joined the ranks of the Reform Judaism, out of this immigration wave of roughly 2 million Jews emerged the second largest sect of American Judaism, the United Synagogues of America, or the conservative movement founded in 1913. Solomon Schechter, founder of the movement, was a known biblical scholar brought from Europe to the US to head the Jewish Theological Seminary, or JTS, in New York in 1902. The intentions of the seminary's board, comprised largely of Reform Jews, was for him to help acculturate Eastern European immigrants in New York to their vision of American Jewish life. And indeed, when he publicly extolled the virtues of Zionism in a 1906 pamphlet titled Zionism, a Statement, the board indeed questioned their decision. Among many proclamations, Schechter articulated that Zionism could serve as a, quote, tower of strength and of unity, not only for the remnant Jews gathered within the borders of the Holy Land, but also for those Jews who shall, by choice or necessity, prefer what now constitutes the Galut, or the Jewish diaspora. The publication sparked swirls of debate and discourse, and while Schechter died in 1915, his conceptions of Zionism's compatibility with and ability to bolster American Jewish life's vitality musically reverberated through the publications and Zionist endeavors of many clergy, educators, and others associated with JTS in the pre-1948 period, part of a broader lineage that historian Michael Cohen refers to as Schechter's disciples. In 1922, one such recent JTS grad, Walter Landesman, completed a curriculum for religious schools, the conservative movement's first curricular guide for their growing educational network. Amongst many references to Palestine, Zionism, and Hebrew music as a teaching tool, the curriculum suggested that should an educator want to, quote, create in the children a desire to continue their responsibilities in Jews, They could do so in part by teaching liturgical responses and folk songs for the purpose of imparting to the children such knowledge of Palestine as it will give a permanent place in their thoughts as well as in their affections. Throughout the curriculum, Landesman recommended the Jewish songster as a source for Zionist songs to utilize for such lessons. The songster was the creation of JTS graduates and brothers, Israel and Samuel Goldfarb. Is a very early example of a published songbook used to both educate American Jews about Zionism and offer an outlet for participation in Hebrew culture in a variety of American Jewish settings. For example, the songster's selection, Po Ba'aretz, here in the land of Israel, promotes Zionist notions of a Jewish biblical past in Palestine while emphasizing elements of life in the Yishuv like agricultural development, Hebrew national culture, and language as an extension of that past that could be musically tapped into amongst those in the diaspora. The lyrics read, "Here in the land of our forefathers, all the hopes will come true. Here we will live and here we will create lives of glamour, lives of freedom. Here the Shekhinah, the divine presence, will dwell. Here will blossom the languages of the Torah, graze the meadow, sing a song, rejoice in the joy, the sprouts will sprout, graze the meadow, sing a song, rejoice in the joy, the seeds will grow." The song offered readers a sense that Zionists in the Yishuv were reconstituting a biblical Jewish claim to, quote, the land of our forefathers, for the purpose of building a mythical Jewish society and national culture in Palestine to serve diaspora Jewry worldwide. Singing these songs could certainly help a student in an American religious school classroom see Zionism and emergent Hebrew national culture as being inclusive of them as Jews who shared a diasporic connection to the Hebrew Bible, its language, and the biblical land of their forefathers. Further, the students could find pride in the efforts of the Zionists to build a Jewish refuge at a time of increasing precariousness for Jewish communities around the globe, particularly as Jewish immigration to America was soon to be cut off. In 1924, the American Johnson-Reed Act essentially ended immigration to the US for Jews and many others considered undesirable until 1952. Leading into 1924, in part a result of a growing sense of optimism the Zionist movement could succeed, strengthened by the 1917 British Balfour Declaration, Britain's subsequent mandate for Palestine, in addition to domestic anti-Semitism like that expressed in the Johnson-Reed Act, certain Reform Jews and Jewish communities began to splinter from past non- or anti-Zionist norms. In 1922, Rabbi Stephen S. Weiss, a longtime leader of those reformers that supported the Zionist movement, broke away to found his own pro-Zionist reform seminary in New York, the Jewish Institute of Religion, a rebuttal to the establishment in Cincinnati. One faculty member that Weiss hired to teach at JIR was Abraham W. Binder, a young New York-based musician and music educator who became an important conduit of Hebrew music and national culture to American Jewry in the coming decades. In 1926, early in his tenure at JIR, Binder published New Palestinian Folk Songs, which, as shown, included English translations and transliterations, particularly important since few American Jews, as is the case today, spoke or read modern Hebrew. Binder's selection, Na'alei Artzenu, which he translates to On to Our Land, offers unique insights into how his outlooks emerged as mainstream within American Reform Judaism and Jewish life more broadly. Let us rejoice up to our land. Let us go up to our land rejoicing. Rejoicing, joyful day, gladsome day, peaceful day, holy day, sacred day, let us go up to our land rejoicing. Now, Na'alei Artzenu offered readers a means to perform their support for one of the most important components of Zionism throughout this part of its history, Aliyah, or Jewish immigration to and settlement of Palestine, yet there was no call to immigrate. Like the Goldfarbs, offered a musical vehicle to celebrate and feel pride in Zionists building Palestine as a national and cultural center for Jews worldwide. Binder offered a musical means to perform reverence for those Jews emigrating to Palestine without pushing his readers to actually leave America. One can simply look at Binder's own life to understand his outlook. He loudly expressed his passion for the Zionist movement, travel to Palestine, and participation in Hebrew musical culture, yet he himself never emigrated from America. His trips to Palestine beyond personal enjoyment allowed him to collect Hebrew songs for use in publications to proliferate his visions of Zionism and its place in America, his chosen home until his death in 1966. It's fair to assume he wanted his readers, like himself, to build lives, careers, and a vibrant Jewish community in America, with Palestine and Zionism as inspirational and even central features. And throughout what historian Jonathan Sarna refers to as Reform Judaism's, quote, conversion to Zionism in the pre-1948 period, elements of Hebrew national culture seeped into Reform Jewish education, religious practices, and communal life. And Binder's Palestinian songs were used in many of these efforts, including numerous curricula produced in the 1930s and 40s for national use in Reform religious schools. And throughout the 1920 to 48 period, many Jewish musicians, clergy, and educators in America increasingly looked to Zionist songs as tools to teach American Jewry about and offer means to participate in aspects of Zionism and Hebrew national culture. One of these central figures was Palestinian-born musician Moshe Nathanson. Born and raised in Jerusalem, Nathanson was a gifted musician, composer, and educator. In 1922, following his departure from Palestine, he began his training at the Juilliard School of Music in New York. Before graduating, Nathanson was hired by iconic rabbi, scholar, and JTS faculty member Mordechai Kaplan as music director of Kaplan's famed Manhattan Synagogue. Kaplan offered Nathanson an immediate profile by association and an institutional home supportive of his efforts to promote Zionism and Hebrew culture through song, along with his liturgical musical responsibilities. Nathanson would soon become the, quote, voice of Jerusalem to listeners across the New York metro area. The Voice of Jerusalem was a radio show which featured Nathanson's talent as a fluent Hebrew speaker, well-versed in Hebrew songs of the Yeshuv. As a performer, he brought a linguistic and stylistic Hebraic authenticity unique amongst his non-Palestinian peers, like the Goldfarbs and Bid. These distinctive attributes sparked the interest of WMCA, a moderate-sized regional radio station in the New York metro area. The result was a program intended as a one-off advertising for a local matzah company in the days leading to Passover in spring of 1931. The first broadcast received praises from WMCA listeners and garnered requests for more episodes of the Hebrew musical program, catalyzing a decade-long run of the show. Nathanson's biographer, Feinberg, recounts that as the word Jerusalem was flung into the air by the announcer, it was followed by the unmistakable Nathanson sound, that unusual quality which made Moshe the foremost interpreter of the Yemenite Palestinian way of singing. The lyrics and notes interpreted and carried the listeners over land and water to a place they had never seen, nor had their fathers or their fathers' fathers, but which had been and was still in their hearts from time immemorial. Nathanson would open each program by singing the theme song Yalel, a Palestinian pastoral. The short opening was followed by two numbers and concluded with Tumba, an Arab-derived chant. Listeners of the Voice of Jerusalem didn't have to leave their homes or have money to attend a performance for Hebrew music to, quote, carry their imaginations to Palestine. They could regularly hear the novel and distinct sounds of emergent Hebrew music by a trained performer broadcast across the largest Jewish population center in the world. Nathanson's profile as a Hebrew musical celebrity in the 1930s ballooned, in part helping him book gigs at Zionist events in the region for those that did have money, even during the Depression. And in 1937, for example, the Hadassah Women's Zionist Organization of America's 25th anniversary convened gatherings throughout the country who all tuned in to an NBC broadcast featuring the First Lady of the United States, Miss Eleanor D. Roosevelt, speaking from Washington. Quote, a special Brooklyn Hadassah chapter celebration to mark the Silver Hadassah Jubilee convened a $25 luncheon that was held at the Waldorf Astoria, New York, and Manhattan. This high-ticket affair at one of New York's fanciest venues hosted 1,300 attendees, and as entertainment featured community singing led by Moshe Nathanson, the quote, voice of Israel from the radio. Nathanson's communal song session included the singing of Hatikva and the Star-Spangled Banner by the audience. Indeed, by 1937, the Zionist cause was publicly supported by the National Reform Rabbinic Association and was becoming ubiquitously supported across denominations and demographics of American Jews. And surrounding the events of World War II, even amongst the often nativist American right, there was a sense that Jewish refugees going to Palestine was a better option than bringing them to America, helping Zionism grow even more mainstream with little pushback, a mainstream acceptance certainly expressed by the First Lady's cameo in the fundraiser. And by America's entry into World War II, with many Jewish GIs fighting, a sense grew that Zionist support would not be so problematic as even more American Jews rushed to support the Yishuv and sing Zionist songs. We can find musical evidence of this phenomenon in a 1943 songster produced for Jewish soldiers in the American military. Another graduate of JTS published Hebrew music and a performer of Hebrew music who also served as the music director of the nationally significant Jewish Education Committee of New York. Harry Cooper Smith edited selected songs for members of the armed forces. The song with the United Service Organization of America was seemingly designed to fit into the coat pocket of a US military uniform and contained numerous Zionist songs amongst other musical selections, as you can see from its table of contents. Cooper Smith, punctuating the centrality of Zionism and Hebrew national culture in American Jewish life by the mid-1940s, placed Hatikva before the American national anthem in the table of contents, yet, as the last song of a section dedicated to Hebrew and Yiddish folk songs, placed just above patriotic songs. Maybe Jewish GIs found a sense of camaraderie with those Jews fighting for the Zionist cause and Jewish security in Palestine through singing these songs during training or in the field. And maybe after the war, likely uninterested in fighting in 1948 or any future foreign wars, those Jewish veterans could sing those Hebrew songs and maybe donate money as an act of solidarity and support with the Yishuv and the future state of Israel. A further reflection of Zionism's acceptance in America and embrace amongst American Jewry is Hebrew music's commercial production for North American markets in the mid to late 1940s, even reaching Canada. February 1947, for example, recorded examples of Jewish music were played for audiences at the Jewish Music Festival of Montreal, which included a program dedicated to, quote, modern Hebrew and Palestinian works, where portions of Nathanson's album, Sing Palestine, were played on a phonograph before a live audience. In the late 1940s, Binder was an in-demand performer, packing concerts like a 1947 performance of his cantata Amos on Times Square at Carnegie Hall. And along with his liturgical works, which he is most known for, Binder continued to produce Hebrew musical works like his 1948 sheet music creations on a Yemenite theme published by Leeds Music Corporation. According to coverage in the New York Times on May 15, 1948, parallel to Israel's declaration of statehood, there were spontaneous and joyous demonstrations in a majority of Jewish neighborhoods throughout New York City and across the US. Amidst these celebrations in New York, groups of, quote, young men and women linked arms in the streets, formed a ring, and then danced to the hora, a Palestinian folk dance, singing as they whirled. Indoors and outdoors, Hatikva could be heard. It is very likely that
Eli, please conclude.
variety of Hebrew songs.
Eli?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Singing Hebrew songs, beyond just a performative declaration of support for Zionism, evolved as an expression of American Jewry's sense of inclusion in a globally networked Hebraic national movement and culture, which supported the Yishuv and then Israel as a tower of strength and refuge for diasporic Jewish communities spread around the world. And these conceptions remain central to American Jewish life until today.
Thank you. Are you done? Yeah. Okay. What happened? Eli, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, you went off for a minute, so I didn't.
Okay. I was unsharing my screen.
Okay. So thank you so much. That was really fascinating and illuminating, and I think we can really use it to further develop some of the questions we started dealing with during our session. Unfortunately, we're already running 10 minutes late after the original start time of our last session, and that actually leaves us very little time for discussion. So my suggestion is that we'll just have one round of Q&As. Okay, we'll take one question and an answer, and then we'll continue immediately to our last session. So if you have one question, please raise your hand, and I'll, according to the first person. First come, first serve. Okay.
I'm gonna butt in here, Viad, because I had a whole bunch of questions for all papers, but I'm not gonna ask them. I'll throw these out as quick comments, again, just for future thought. First of all, I think in the number of the papers, and again, 3 really fascinating papers that connect in interesting ways. I want to point out the issue of diaspora and exile, 2 different concepts which were raised in it, I think in all 3 papers in various ways, and are concepts that really need to be worked out. And I wonder, I have to confess my ignorance on the ways in which those 2 terms exist in the Armenian context, in Armenian national discourse and in Armenian culture. And I'd be, hopefully one direction that we can look at is to try and explore that and look for connections. Issues of citizenship that Ben touched on, and Nare, you also touched on this, and questions of the law of return, parallels in the Armenian context, differences. Again, there are all sorts of really huge issues that were raised. I'll throw out one more that I noted down for myself, and we can take these up in our future discussions. And this one here, I'll come back to Eli's paper, and this issue of language and music and song as pedagogical tools, which is something that I'm familiar with in the Jewish and Israeli and Zionist context, and I'm even more familiar with it since Eli wrote his dissertation. And I wonder what kinds of parallels we might find in the Armenian context as well. And so these are I just throw those out as future directions to think about and try and find ways where we can communicate with one another.
And I just realized that I mispronounced your name, Eli. So I'd like to apologize for this. I've been calling you Eli all the way through, so you should have corrected me.
That's all right. After enough time in Israel, I'm quite used to it.
So, yeah.
Do you want to lead us to our next final session?
I think Arman is the...
Arman will share it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me go to the BIOS. Yeah. So our next section is the national religion, Israel and Armenian cases. So our next speaker will be Arpine Papikyan. I'll try to give a short introduction of her bio. Just a minute. She's a PhD candidate at the University of Göttingen, Germany, and her research project focuses on the church and religious policy in Soviet Armenia. She received her master's degree in intercultural theology from the University of Göttingen in 2017, and bachelor degree in linguistics from Brussels State University in 2008. And her research interests include Soviet and post-Soviet studies, church history, and sociology of religion. So, Arpine, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Arman, and thank you everyone for such an amazing discussion today. I think all the topics are very interesting, and I wish we had more time for further discussion because we are very short in time and everybody is running now. Anyway, I'm going to present a project that I did 4 years ago in Lebanon. And actually, when I was revising my project, it's about the Lebanese Armenian community and the influence of the church on the preservation of the Armenian community, Armenian identity in Lebanon. So when I was revising now for this presentation today, I found many mistakes in my field work and I was reconsidering. And today, besides presenting the main findings that I did in Lebanon and the main discussion, I also want to very shortly say some research or method related issues that maybe can be useful for in academia. So I actually prepared a small presentation and I would like to be the co-host temporarily, if you can make me. And yeah, and I will turn off the video because my connection is sometimes very bad. I don't hear you well. So if it's okay for you.
Yeah, you're co-host now.
Your connection is very good because we are listening.
Sometimes it goes away and I couldn't hear you all well. So anyway, first of all, I would like to present what I'm going to discuss, like shortly about the framework of the research, the motivation, why I decided to study the Armenian community in Lebanon, and then some short historical review about the community in Lebanon, which is it's not a historical community in itself. It just was it emerged as a result of the Armenian genocide, but it has a, let's say, a story. This success story as a community, as a diasporan community. Then the next point will be about the particularities of the Lebanese Armenian community. I will mention what are the main reasons that makes Armenian Lebanese community a bit different than the other communities. Because there are three main denominations acting in that community: the Armenian Orthodox Church or Apostolic Church, Armenian Catholic Church, and Armenian Evangelical Churches. I will present shortly about my findings because I did my field work mainly with these three churches and the schools that are affiliated to these churches. And as I said, at the end, I will mention some aspects that I now think I should reconsider maybe. So the Armenian community of Lebanon is one of the most influential communities in the Armenian diaspora. It, as I said before, emerged as a result of the forced migrations of the Ottoman Armenians during and after the Armenian genocide. And from the very beginning of the community's foundation, Armenians succeeded in a very short time to re-establish and organize as a community on an institutional level. They started to be actively involved in the social and cultural life of the country. The role of the church has been immense in the process of establishing the community. Mainly the active interaction of the church, schools, and political parties resulted in the shaping of self-identity of Lebanese Armenians and also resulted in defining the borders of the cultural uniqueness of the community. At the same time, being influenced by the local political and social cultural factors, Western Armenian culture was transformed in the Levantine context by adopting some local habits and traditions, using Arabic as the official language in Lebanon, also adapting the cuisine, thus establishing a type of isolated but at the same time well-integrated community. These two post-actualities of successful integration and partial isolation remain one of the distinct characteristics of the Lebanese Armenian community today. The presence of three denominations, as I mentioned, of Armenian Orthodox, Armenian Catholic, and Armenian Evangelical churches make the Lebanese Armenian society more diverse and to a certain degree heterogeneous, allowing the Lebanese Armenians to expose their religious affiliation without any hindrance, as it could happen, for example, in Soviet Armenia. Each of these faith communities hold a number of churches, monasteries, cultural centers, and affiliated educational centers, and especially church-affiliated schools largely sustain the identity preservation of the Lebanese Armenians. In addition to religious education, the study disciplines of the Armenian language, history, literature, and church history influence the identity construction of the younger generations and affect their self-identification as Armenians in the Lebanese context. Based on my findings in Lebanon, in my paper, I indicated the way the church utilizes to be involved in the social and political life of the Armenian community, and as well as influences on the preservation of the community's social cultural heritage. Before my fieldwork in Lebanon, I was thinking that religion and the church plays a key role in identifying the Armenianness, let's say. But it was a wrong assumption. In fact, church is not exclusive, as also schools and political parties play an important role in community preservation. And the interaction of these three elements, school, church, and political parties, they prevents the final assimilation to the environment. So the Armenian presence in Lebanon goes back to historical times, but the first mass migration in modern times or new times of Armenians to Lebanon happened in the 18th century, when the Catholic Armenians became a target of persecutions by the Armenian Apostolic Church and the Ottoman authorities. Seeking refuge in Lebanon, they settled in the mountains of Kesroen and soon were granted permission by the local Maronite community. Maronites are Catholic Arabs. So they were granted permission by them to build a monastery in the village of Zomar. And then in 1742, Pope Benedict XIV, he recognized the head of the Armenian Catholic Church as a patriarch. And this is a fact that can be considered as a founding moment of the modern Armenian Catholic Church. So, and during this period, Armenian Catholics assimilated to the local environment by identifying themselves more with the local Catholic cultures and tradition rather than with Armenian. So they could easily intermarry with Maronites and quickly adapted local lifestyle. At the beginning of 20th century, the population of Armenians in Beirut was still small in numbers, comprising of several Armenian merchants, people of merchant occupation, students and migrant workers, and there were around 1,200, 1,300 residents, and they did not create their own recognized residential quarters as it happened after the Armenian genocide. So what happened later, we know all that with the rise of the violent policy of Sultan Abdul Hamid II against the Armenian population in the Ottoman Empire, led by a series of massacres and later the genocide, thousands of Armenians escaped from death by finding refuge in Lebanon. And already by 1923, 1924, the number of Armenians in Lebanon reached up to 42,000, from which 41,000 were refugees. And the first camps of Armenians were created on the outskirts of cities. Their conditions were extremely poor, but soon gaining much support from the international Armenian communities, relief organizations, and also from the Lebanese state. These camps gradually shifted into the quarters of Karantina, Carmel, Zeytun, and Burj Hamud, which is still today the biggest Armenian district in Lebanon. Cilician Armenians were the majority of the refugees, and they organized associations or hayenaksagans, which it's a kind of a club where the members are from, they originate from the regions they came from, Cilicia. I mean, from the same cities or regions in Cilicia. So they very often they would combine their resources and could buy lands from the Christian property owners in Beirut. And these hayenaksagans or these clubs, they act even till today, they exist. And each political party has its own clubs, let's say, in Burj Hamud especially. On every district, on every, street, there were some clubs of belonging to Armenian Dashnak party or Armenian Hunchakian party, etc. So what makes the Lebanese Armenian community so particular? It's mainly because of the confessional system of Lebanese government that grants similar opportunities to all the communities within its borders regarding the structure of communal organization. Accordingly, Armenians share identical rights together with other Christian and Muslim communities and do not have either restricted or exclusive rights. According to the Taif Agreement, which was made after the civil war in Lebanon in 1991, the Lebanese parliament comprises 128 seats that are equally allocated between Christian and Muslim communities. Lebanese Armenians fall under the quota donated for the Christians and have 6 seats, from which 5 are allocated for the Armenian Apostolic representatives and 1 is allocated for Armenian Catholic representative. In the abstract, Armenian evangelicals, as a part of Lebanese Protestant community, not as a Armenian, separate Armenian evangelical community, can have 1 or 2 additional seats. So now I will speak shortly about 3 main denominations that act very actively and are very actively involved in the community's life. The first is the Armenian Apostolic Church, and the majority of the Lebanese Armenians belong to this church. However, it is hard to indicate the exact number of the Armenian Orthodox and the number of Armenians in general, because in Lebanon since 1932, no census was held to avoid any confessional conflict. So according to approximate estimations today, the population of Lebanese Armenians is about 100,000, 150,000, from which 80 to 90% are Armenian Apostolics. And because this project was done 4 years ago, I guess during these 4 years, the situation in Lebanon was very bad, the political situation, and I guess that there's this out migration is still on a high rate. So the activities of the Armenian Orthodox Church in Lebanon fall under the jurisdiction of the Catholicosate of the Great House of Cilicia that is located in Antelias, a city not that far away from Beirut. The Holy See of Cilicia is one of the 4 hierarchical sees of the Armenian Apostolic Church. And usually when I tell about the hierarchical sees of the Armenian Orthodox or Apostolic Church, a question always rises, especially among my German colleagues and the foreigner colleagues, why this division happened or why this schism happened within the Armenian Church. So it requires some time to explain, and I think I will not cover during this discussion. I will just briefly mention that it happened mainly because of the historical circumstances, and maybe when we have time, I will tell you later the reasons. So the Armenian Apostolic Church substantially cooperates with the schools. Majority of schools in the community are based on parish school system, as I said before. The prelacy of the Orthodox Church administers 11 elementary and secondary schools, though because of the high outmigration, some of the schools have been closed. And this tendency is also observed among the schools run by the Armenian Evangelical and Armenian Catholic organizations. Young people of school age easily identify themselves as Armenian Orthodox. Some of them find it important to adhere to Armenian traditions and worldviews, whereas those who already study at the universities are more flexible in self-identification as Lebanese Armenian or just as Lebanese, because they encounter with other ethnic and religious groups at the universities and also the Arab culture, which affects their socialization and the perception of being Armenian in Lebanese environment. For the Armenian Catholics, Lebanon is considered primary Catholic heritage, as mentioned before, since it's found part of Christian community in Lebanon. In total, 8 churches of Armenian Catholic denomination currently are functioning in Lebanon. Similar to the Armenian Orthodox Church, the Armenian Catholics promote community life by financing and supporting several benevolent organizations. For the Armenian Catholic Church, the issue of maintaining the cultural heritage of the Lebanese Armenians is of primary importance, similar to other Armenian denominations. However, the Catholic Armenians who are historically bound to Lebanon are more adaptable to the environment. For instance, church does not consider mixed marriages with non-Armenian Catholics as problematic as it could be with the Armenian Orthodox Church. Compared to the latter, Armenian Catholic parishes offer masses conducted in Arab languages for those who do not understand Armenian. Yet today, one of the main issues of the Armenian Catholic Church is the declining church attendance and participation in religious life. Again, an issue that also refers to other historical churches in the community. In addition, the poor economic situation of the country, constant outmigration of the Armenians during and after the Lebanese civil war, and the war in the neighboring Syria of the recent years, with its consequences in the Middle Eastern region, negatively affect and challenge the church. And the last one is the Armenian Evangelical Church. The Armenian evangelical community in Lebanon is the smallest religious community. Approximately 5% of the Armenian community in Lebanon are evangelical, but regardless its small size, it holds an influential position within the Lebanese Armenian community and also in the Armenian diaspora. It is very well organized and very viable community. The Armenian evangelicals in Beirut host the headquarters of the Union of Armenian Evangelical Churches in the Near East, which is in cooperation with Arab evangelical communities and runs the Near East School of Theology. Furthermore, the evangelical Armenians administer one of the most prominent educational establishments in the Armenian diaspora, that is the Haikazian University, which is the only Armenian higher educational institution outside Armenia. And currently, 5 churches of Armenian Protestant denomination are functioning in Lebanon with 5 affiliated schools, while before the Lebanese civil war, the Armenian evangelicals ran around 12 schools and churches. Similar to the other traditional church confessions, evangelical church emphasizes the role of the school subject of Armenian culture, history, and language that help to preserve the Armenian identity. And around 80 of its students attending the evangelical schools, Armenian evangelical schools, are of Armenian Orthodox background, 10 are of Catholic background, and other 10 are evangelical Armenians. And when I was attending school, like lessons at schools, I also noticed that there were some Arabs, Christian Arabs, also attending together with Armenians, Armenian evangelical schools. So these are rough estimations, of course, but they show how the Armenian church communities are integrated and interconnected. Moreover, it sometimes happens that Armenian evangelicals attend liturgy or other services held by the Orthodox Church in case the church is located nearby. Concerning the issue of identity conflict for the evangelical Armenian, it is more complex because they are considered as a minority within a minority in Lebanese context. Nevertheless, they determine themselves firstly as Armenian evangelicals and not just evangelicals or Western evangelicals, and feel more connected to the Armenian Orthodox Church, regarding the latter as the mother church. So I also managed to attend a little mass, I would call, of Armenian Pentecostal Church. It's a growing community, but I felt like I will not have enough time to mention here, so I didn't. I did not write about it here. So, and as I said, the last topic, the last point that I would like to discuss is some aspects of the field work. So I left for Lebanon in my first semester as a part of my master program. And I felt like 1 semester will be enough for such field work. But in fact, I neglected the fact of this cultural shock and the time to adapt to a new environment, because before I thought Lebanon is like Armenia and I will not have this cultural shock that much. But in fact, there was very much like I needed a lot of time to adapt. And also the question of timing and organizational questions, I felt like I managed well. I found housing and I checked the transport means. But in reality, in Lebanon, it was harder than I thought. And also there was this idea of mentality difference, and For example, I had letters from my university, from my supervisors that I could present when I would meet official representative of the community. But because of this mentality difference, these letters were nothing. They did not take them very serious. I had to go to the Armenian embassy, and via Armenian ambassador, I could then start my field work, actually. So these kind of questions, when I now look back, I think 4 months would not be enough, of course, and I think for such a project, it would be great to go back again after some time. And the next question was about methods. I did mostly like interviews, formal and informal focus groups, meetings with young people, and attending the schools and liturgies, etc. But regarding the formal interviews, it was also, not well managed, because formal interviews cannot be the best source for as a data, because especially with the officials, because sometimes what they say is not that critical. They don't give these arguable points. Everything is very positive. It's very great, especially when I would speak with priests. I think formal interviews would be great if I would have enough data, like gathered from other sources. But anyway, so when I was back to Germany, I was advised again to do these informal interviews with the priests, but I knew that it would be hard to communicate with them again, especially when there was no ambassador involved. Anyway, I think this kind of, now when I look back, I think I learned a lot. And I regard this experience as kind of an auto-ethnographic experience for my research. So thank you very much. I hope it was interesting for you.
Thank you very much, Arpine. It's a fascinating talk. Thank you, and your experience is very unique. Thank you for your talk. And on the panel, next is my talk, and in a way, I will continue Arpine's talk, because she studied in Lebanon community, Armenian community, and I'm master of studying the Palestinian, Jerusalemite community, Armenian Jerusalemite community. So I think there's no need to introduce myself. Everybody knows me.
So Arman, let me interrupt you just for a second, because I do want to introduce you very briefly, and just to say that Arman is a PhD student here at BGRI at BGU. His doctoral dissertation, for those of you who are not familiar, deals with the Armenian Patriarchate in Jerusalem, about which we heard a little bit earlier from Ruben Amitai, looking at the Patriarchate both as a religious and a national institution, and as a preserver and creator, I think, of national culture. Arman, since you're both chairing and speaking, while you're speaking, I'll take over your chairing duties, and I'll keep the time for you. So
thank you very much.
I'll give you a 2-minute warning.
Yeah, could you show my screen, please?
You should be able to, I think. Let me see here. No, yeah, for some there. Okay, you're co-hosted now.
So. Do you see my screen?
We don't see it yet, no. There we go.
Do you see my screen?
We do see it now, yes.
Oh, okay, good. So, just a minute. So, as you say, this is a map of Armenian quarter of Jerusalem, in the old city, which occupies 1/3 of the old city, or 126,000 square meters of Jerusalem. This quarter is not only a place where the Armenian Patriarchate of Jerusalem and the Armenian community of Jerusalem are located, but also, as I call it, a hub for shaping identity. An Armenian who is or was born in Armenian quarter of Jerusalem has or had all the opportunities to live and practice as an Armenian. This small place incorporates educational, cultural, scientific, social, political, economic institutions, which are the tools of the hub of shaping identity, and the hub created by the patriarchate to which my research is dedicated. Even more, the quarter played a huge role in the life of the Armenian people through centuries, especially after the Armenian genocide, and continues to play this crucial role up until now. I don't want to come to my archive experiences because it will take a lot of time, because I have been a lot of archives around the world, Istanbul, Israel, Armenia, even beyond boundaries of these countries. That's I will skip these experiences, and I just come the British Mandate period. But before discussing this period, I would like to come to the genocide period. And I have to say that 500,000 Armenians were exposed to genocide in the territory of the Ottoman empires before and after the Great War. We know that thousands of people were exiled. However, with the beginning of the war, and especially during the years of the genocide, Palestine and Jerusalem in particular served as a safe place for the Armenians refugees. The Patriarchate felt a moral responsibility to provide shelter for the Armenian refugees who had arrived in Palestine to take care of their living conditions. During the post-war years, the number of refugees increased so much as to reach 4,000 people in Jerusalem, making the territory of the Patriarchate essentially a big refugee camp. The resources of the Patriarchate, I mean apartments, food, medical aid, etc., were insufficient for the support of many refugees. And the Patriarchate found a way of placing the refugees and orphans in monks' rooms, Patriarchate gardens and other outdoor areas for them to have at least temporary shelters. This doesn't mean, however, that the Armenians in Jerusalem were left completely unharmed during the First World War period. Young Armenians were taken to the army, some to never return, and in some cases, local Armenians were dismissed from their positions in the government. Moreover, some 20 students of Armenian Theological Seminary, Jarangavorat Seminary, enlisted for military services by the order of Jemal Pasha, and as a result, the Armenian Theological Seminary was closed. In 1950, the Ottoman government sued the head of the St. James printing house of the Patriarchate, which was the first printing press of Jerusalem, established in 1833. And the chair of this printing house, Mesop Neshanyan, accusing him of opening a printing house without the consent of the educational authorities of the town. With this, the government didn't allow the St. James printing press to function, and it was closed down between 1960 to 1924. The shutting down of the printing press and the hard economic conditions of the Patriarchate didn't allow it to republish Sion, which was the official journal of the Patriarchate. So the Patriarchate was in a dreadful situation at the eve of Jerusalem occupation by the Allied forces led by the British Army. When the Allied forces occupied Jerusalem in the end of 1917, an entirely new situation emerged in the Middle East, in particular in Palestine. The League of Nations granted the Palestine mandate to Great Britain, launching the 3 decades of the British rule. The local inhabitants of Palestine, a new governing power, now had to begin to build new political relationships with the lay religious communities. Each hoped to do so in such a way as to further their interest in the face of continuing, and at least in some cases, escalating religious and ethnic challenges. With the occupation of Jerusalem, the Patriarchate automatically cut its links with the Armenian Patriarchate of Istanbul and Armenian National Assembly and got sovereignty. It began to communicate with the British authorities directly. Now the Patriarchate had a real chance not only to settle thousands of Armenian refugees within its walls, but also to become a center of revival for them. The Patriarchate got a real opportunity to reopen the religious seminary and the printing house. On the other hand, the Patriarchate, being a religious body, was in need for a large and powerful community. After the establishment of British rule, however, the British didn't want to deal with two opposing religious groups inside the Patriarchate, and they saw a solution in a new patriarchal election. Taking all of this into consideration, it's probably that the British wanted the Armenian Patriarch to be one whom they already knew, who could be predictable to some extent, and certainly one who would not create additional problems as regards the relations with the government. So in 1921, Ben-Gurion was elected the Armenian Patriarch of Jerusalem, and Gurion saw that the Patriarchate had a mission to educate a new generation and the expanding lay community according to Armenian national traditions. There was a need to establish or reopen institutions to ensure education for Armenians aimed primarily at the preservation of the Armenian identity. This was felt to be an ever more acute need, given that many had been killed during the war and others were very old and unable to undertake religious educational activities. The Patriarchate took on a new centrality in this context. As Mesrop Neshanian stressed in his speech at Gurion's inauguration, and I'm quoting, "The St. James Brotherhood must be dedicated to its recovery and flourishment, to be made an intellectual center and a force of education which will enlighten the dark-knit corners of Armenians' homeland, turned into real lives of death by Vandals spreading grief and famine, death and destructions." End of quote. Taking advantage of the favorable policy of the British administration towards the Patriarchate scientific educational policy, the Patriarchate began to restore and establish Armenian schools and kindergartens, along with the Holy Translator School for boys and girls, and of course, theological seminary, which we call Shorangavoraz Varjara. In a very short period of time, the Patriarchate invited a few famous Armenian intelligents to come and teach at the theological seminary. Among them were Arshak Chobanyan, an Armenian, very famous writer, who was publishing a journal on literature and art, Garabet Kapityan, a biologist and linguist, Aram Khachaturian, a composer whom we talked about today when one of our speakers reminded about this composer. Despite the mentioned well-known names, a few high-rank scholar clerics started to teach the theological seminaries. And here in this picture, you can see a few of them who are standing in front of this row. As a result, the lessons of the theological seminary were not only centralized on theology and history, literature, but also on mathematics, sciences, art, music, sports, languages, etc. The idea was to educate a new westernized, intelligent generation of clerics who would be able to serve and lead the Armenian church in future. And here you can see the later time of these theological seminary students who are playing, who are singing, who are on services, who are in theater or in physics lab. In July 1921, the British authorities of Iraq decided to disperse a refugee camp of Nar al-Omar, and the Patriarchate had to come up with a way to transport 816 Armenian orphans to Jerusalem. The major reason for this transportation was that Jerusalem was a suitable place to lodge, care, and educate the Armenian orphans. The establishment of orphanages, The establishment of orphanages in the Patriarchate was made possible with the agreement and support of the British administration, which, aside from the humanitarian issues, also saw the matter as one that would address some of its own political and economic interests. After 1924, the orphans were gradually sent to Soviet Armenia and other destinations, such as Aleppo, Beirut, and for a few of them, various places such as Athens, Nicosia, and Addis Ababa. Almost 14 orphans were submitted to the Armenian Theological Seminary from 1948 to 1928, and a few decades later, generation of orphans come to power in the Patriarchate. I mean, 3 of them became patriarchs. 2 of them became patriarchs of Jerusalem, and 1 of them became patriarch of Istanbul. Many of them became high-rank clerics of the Armenian Church. Even more, as I mentioned, 2 of them became patriarchs of Jerusalem. As part of educational revival, the Patriarchate built a new civil school, the Holy Translator School, meant for 350 pupils, both boys and girls, in the Armenian quarter in 1929. And you can see here these 2 pictures on these 2 civil schools. Then the Patriarchate opened small Armenian schools and kindergartens throughout Palestine, wherever an Armenian community existed, in Jaffa, Haifa, Bethlehem. For example, here you can see the kindergarten school for Armenians in Haifa. And it is yours in 1933 or 1934. Another part of the cultural movement was the reopening of St. James Printing House, the first publishing house of Jerusalem, and in its intense publishing activity in 1925, as well as the republication of Sion in 1927, and the establishment of a new modern library after Galust Gulbenkian in 1930. This Sion that was published, the first issue of this Sion was published in 1866. Then it was interrupted, and then when Patriarch Gurion Yershe Gurion became Patriarch, he started to republish Sion. In this picture, you can see the Galust Gulbenkian Library. It was very modernized library building, and the architect of this building was a British man, and they invited this person in Jerusalem in order to set up this the architecture of this library. And the other picture, you can see the inauguration day of this library, and all the high-rank monks gathered at the front of this library, and they opened this library, and they gathered. They transport all the manuscripts that they kept in St. James Cathedral to this new modernized library. And here I would like to speak about a movement which is very, very important for the educational aspect. In 1929, receiving a donation 3,000 English pounds from Armenian oil magnate Galust Gulbenkian, Patriarch Gurion decided to build a new library and to name it after the donator. The new building for the library was ready in 2 years and was named after the donator. But on the day of the opening of the Galust Gulbenkian Library, the number of books was more than 25,000, both in Armenia and in different European and Oriental languages. At the same time, the Patriarch decided to carry out a fundraising to set up a fund, the aim of which would be a published new and classical works of Armenian studies. This is the continuation of our, maybe this was the pre-modern Armenian studies scholarship. Yeah, this book series was afterwards called Gurion series, Gurion Matenashar, in honor of Gurion. To realize the idea of Gurion series, a decision was made to build a training center called Gurion Ashen on one of the Patriarchate's properties. And here in this picture, you can see Gurion Ashen building. The profit gained in the center were to be directed towards the publication of the Gurion series. And as far as I know, they published 24 volumes in various fields of Armenian studies. And coming to my conclusion, I would like to mention that with the effort of the Patriarchate, the Armenian Patriarchs and high-rank monks of the Patriarchate, and those of Armenians, benefactors, that Patriarchate and the Armenian community went through a cultural revival during the British Mandate period. The central goal for the Patriarchate was to remain a spiritual center for Armenians and to become a unique national political institution outside of Soviet Armenia, trying to engage in national issues and have a certain impact on the reshaping of the Armenian identity. The Patriarchate invested all its efforts in the relations with the British Mandate authorities to modernize its educational scientific institutions in order to serve the national, political, economic, and cultural interest of the Armenian community in Palestine. So the main claims of my research can be summed up as follows. In the eve that the British occupied Jerusalem, the Armenian Patriarchate was on the brink of destruction. Second, during the Mandate period, the Armenian Patriarchate succeeded not only to overcome all obstacles and challenges that it received as a legacy from the Ottoman regime, but also to create a unique identity, protecting system, which I also call a hub for shaping identity in the Armenian quarter of Jerusalem and the main Palestine cities where Armenians lived, for example, Nazareth, Haifa, etc. And three, at the same time being the only standing Armenian national religious institution in the Middle East, just after the Armenian genocide, the Patriarchate had to carry out not only its religious function, but also to cultivate and preserve the ethnic identity of the Armenian people in general, and to reshape a new Armenian diasporic identity in particular. And four, the Patriarchate understood that in order to have a stronger community, the preservation of Armenian identity wouldn't be enough, and that the Armenian community of Palestine had to operate in accordance with the modernization processes taking place in British Mandate Palestine. And the last one, during the British Mandate period, the Armenian community of Palestine flourished as never before as a result of the political, social, cultural, and educational activities taken up by the Armenian Patriarchate of Jerusalem. And for this, I'm coming to the conclusion of the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arman. You made the job of substitute chair very easy. You stuck nicely to the time. And I'll hand the chairing back to you. And just as we move into Adi, who has the questionable honor of being the last speaker. But we're all still awake, Adi. I'll let you introduce him, Arman.
So Adi Scherzer, hi Adi. When you come, we don't have a chance to tell you hi. Adi Scherzer received his PhD at the Ben-Gurion University. His research mainly focuses on the relationship between Jewish rituals, texts, and traditions, and the Israeli national framework. He has been a postdoctoral fellow at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and is currently in a postdoctoral position at the University of California, Berkeley. And the floor is yours. Please, you have 20 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Arman. So as a matter of fact, I feel like just start my clock. As a matter of fact, I feel like my presentation or my subject today are corresponding both to you and to Arpine in the last two lectures, because I also want to speak about a religious institution that the British have influenced a lot about his have influenced the way it was shaped, and I'm also want to speak a bit about diaspora and the connection between religious institutions and diaspora. So without further ado, I will get into my subject and into my case study, which I think it will be slightly problematic to present all of it in this context, but I will at least try and give you the general background about it, which is the Akhel, which I will elaborate in a second. So first, few preliminary comments about the field of research in general, and I feel it's not really needed to be said after Arman and Arpine, but I think it's also important to keep it in mind. So in recent years, we have many studies that pointed the imminent connection between nationalism and religion, or more precisely between nationalism and religious institutions. this new approach in many ways replaced a former approach that viewed nationalism as a replacement for religion and understood national institution as a way to create a new kind of social commitment after religious institution declined. However, after saying this about the field of research in general, while looking both at the Armenian and the Israeli cases, it is quite clear, it's quite obvious that the basic definition of the nation, the borders of the nation, the connection between homeland and diaspora, etc., all of these are what we called as religio-national, meaning that they have a prominent religious component as part of the nationalism. So once again, I heard a lot of new things today about Armenia in this context. But even if we'll take into account all of the fascinating things that we heard today, still church has its place, and it was quite clear from the last speakers. And it is definitely the situation in Israel, because as Ben mentioned, the law of return and the basic understanding of citizenship in Israel is based on religious or partly religious background. So after saying this obvious, after having this obvious introduction, I want to dive into my into my case study, which is the Akel. The Akel is a ritual that is being described in the Bible several times. It is first being described in the book of Deuteronomy, where it is presented as a ritual, a religious national ritual that takes place. And of course, while using national in this context and being highly anachronistic, I'm well aware of it. I will explain this choice in a minute. Basically, the Bible describes a ritual, a ceremony that takes place right after the end of the seventh year, in which there is a gathering of all the nation, of all of the people in Jerusalem, where there is a kind of different commentators treat it as a reunification between God and the people of Israel. So it has a very strong religious significance, but it also have, I might say, a national or proto-national meaning, because even we have lots of historical evidence from the time, from the Roman era, where this event was actually was used to strengthen the connection between the Jews that live in Judea and Jews that lived elsewhere in the Jewish diaspora in the Roman world, especially in Alexandria, Egypt, and other places. Once again, this is something that is being described both in Bible and in a ritual that is being described both in Bible and in Roman sources. So we know it actually took place at least 2 times, and it has this dual religio-national meaning. It also, I don't have much time to discuss it, but it's also, we have at least 2 episodes that are both described in Jewish and Roman sources, in which we can see that this gathering, this ritual, also has an implication about the boundaries of the collective. I'll just mention one of them. Herod Agrippa was a half-Jewish king that ruled the kingdom of Judea, which was back then under Roman rule. Was half-Jewish, meaning he came from a Jewish origin, but not fully Jewish. And we have a very interesting description in both Jewish and Roman sources about what happened when King Agrippa was leading the Akel, the way in which he was interpreted, how the public in Judea accepted them, did they treat him as a Jewish king or not? And these all things happen again in the time of the second temple. So fasting forward to 20th century, at the beginning of the 20th century, this idea, this memory of ritual all of a sudden came into life in a clear national, at least proto-national context. It wasn't fully forgotten after the destruction of the Second Temple. I mean, it was kept in memory in various ways, but anyhow, it was kept as something that is not really relevant to life. And then all of a sudden, in the beginning of the 20th century, we can see two interesting attempts to renew it. The first one was an intellectual attempt made by a rabbi that his Okor name is Aderet, Elijah David Rabinovich Teomim. He lived in Lithuania, and in 1904, he published a book that calls to renew the Akel. It's basically saying that there is, once again, there is a Jewish presence in Palestine, in the land of Israel. Once again, the ideas behind the Akel are relevant because there are the connections between the different parts of the Jewish people are being strengthened due to modern communication, and there is no reason not to renew it. He actually treats it as a religious obligation to renew it. So this is one thing. Another thing which I was exposed to by reading a really deep and fascinating article by late historian Yaakov Turi, took place in Germany, where there was, starting from the 19th century, there was a tradition of, they call it Days of Akel, that took place during the holiday of Sukkot. It was originally not a national gathering, but the first heads of the Zionist movement in Germany started to use it in the beginning of the 20th century in conjunction with the first Zionist Congress, not only as a gathering of people from different congregations in Germany, but also as an opportunity to spread out Zionist ideas. So that was existed already at the beginning of the 20th century. And then in 1945, right after the Holocaust, when we're speaking about September, October 1945, so roughly 4 to 5 months after V-Day, there is an attempt made by Rabbi Herzog, which I will elaborate in a second, to actually renew it. And this attempt is rather interesting because it can tell us a lot about the intersections between nationalism, religion, and diaspora, and the way that religious institutions are not always willing to do the needed conceptions in order to make a religious ritual which is more exclusive into a more inclusive national ritual. So Rabbi Herzog for himself was an interesting figure. You can see here two pictures of him and his two names, because it really depends how you treat them. You can either treat them in a traditional Jewish way, as you can see at the picture in the bottom. He was a traditional rabbi. He was learned. He studied in the best East European yeshivas, and this way I will call him Harav Yitzchak Halevi Herzog. However, he also had his British background. He was the chief rabbi of Ireland before he became the chief rabbi of Palestine. He owned a PhD in French literature, etc., etc. And you can really see that different people treat them in very different ways. Some of them treat them as Dr. Rabiner, a rabbi doctor, and others treat them as a traditional Jewish scholar. So this Rabbi Herzog in 1945 writes a pamphlet, a really, let's say it's 4 to 5 pages, in which he explains why the Akel needs to be renewed. However, after using a very national language and explaining why after the Holocaust Jerusalem should be the center again, and this event should gather Jews from the different diaspora, and it will be used in order to start a new chapter in Jewish history. He describes the ritual itself, and when he describes the ritual himself, he speaks about an assembly of prayer in light of the recent events in Europe. And this is exactly the same wording that is being used for many, many other traditional events that took place in Jerusalem, mainly in the Churva synagogue. It's a main synagogue in Jerusalem, Old City Jewish quarter, in which rituals were held along the 1940s in order to pray, basically to pray for the mercy of God in light of the Holocaust, in light of the information that comes from Europe. So it's a very interesting combination between national modern language and a ritual that is being described as very traditional, and it's something that is very typical to Rabbi Herzog as a person. I'll skip that. And it's also very interesting to see that right from the beginning, Rabbi Herzog wanted to shape this event as an inclusive event that is relevant also to the Jewish diaspora. So just reading you two sentences out of one of his publications. So he's saying, we are calling to our brothers, the house of Israel. This is a Hebrew phrase, Beit Israel, in Israel and the diaspora, to make a pilgrimage. He uses the word la'alot, which could either be to make a pilgrimage or to immigrate to our country. Needless to say that Israel was not an independent state at the time, and to our holy mountain of Zion, men, women, and children, and to participate in this great and sacred event in memory of the Akel. So not quite renewing the Akel, because the ritual itself was meant to be traditional, but having a general memory of it. In 1945, that had failed, but Rabbi Herzog and the chief rabbinate had their excuse because it was only a few months after the war ended. So basically, no one treated it as a failure. But in 1952, which is the next Akel, because another circle of 7 years had passed, and this is another, so it's another round, there was another failure. And in this case, it's rather interesting to see what happened. And I know my time is limited, I'll try to give you a taste of it, because it's very interesting to see how Rabbi Herzog, what Rabbi Herzog was willing to do and what he was not willing to do in order to execute a national event in the religious context. So in 1952, we're speaking about Rabbi Herzog as a rabbi, as a chief rabbi of the independent state of Israel. He has a formal position in this administration. He tries to use all this huge apparatus of the chief rabbinate, the Ministry of Religion, etc., to make this event an international Jewish event. So first he writes letters. So he writes letters as a chief rabbi to his network. However, when looking at his network, we understand that there is a huge difference between his network as a traditional Orthodox Jewish rabbi, that most of his network was East European and therefore irrelevant after the Holocaust, and the actual Jewish network of the time. So he writes, for example, for rabbis in East Europe, that was behind the Iron Curtain. So in Czechoslovakia, in Poland, in Romania, and they clearly were not able to come. Other examples that he writes to rabbis in the New World, in South and North America. But once again, the communities in South America and in North America are mostly conservative and reform at the time. And the most important congregations are reform and conservative. Rabbi Herzog, these rabbis, these reform and conservative rabbis are not part of Rabbi Herzog network. So for example, I brought you a letter that he writes to a rabbi from Buenos Aires, but he's not writing to the head of the AMIA, to the head of the Jewish institution in Argentina, but just to the Orthodox rabbi that he's part of his connection. Not surprisingly, that became into a failure, and this time there was no excuse. So just to demonstrate you how big the failure was, so this is just a telegraph that was sent from the U.S. To Israel, really a few days prior to the event, and I'll just read you what I highlighted. Isaac Berman, president of Modern Tours, he's going to be the representative of the American Jewry. So not a rabbi, not a head of an institution, just a head of a commercial touring company. Mr. Barry Berna, travel editor of Jewish Daily Der Tag. He will also be another person that will be there. And please note what is written downstairs. Please publish in all newspapers. Don't omit organizer's name, as if they were like the heads of the community, etc., etc. So it really shows us how big the failure was. It was mainly because Rabbi Herzog was not able to speak in the language that was relevant to these American rabbis. And what eventually took place, since the event was published as a worldwide Jewish event, and since it was highly important for Rabbi Herzog to have to present himself and to present the rabbinate as the rabbinate of the Jewish people, so we can see something very interesting. He went to the different immigrant villages around Jerusalem that were, most of them were, the residents were Yemenite Jews or other Jews that came from the Muslim world, and their skin color was slightly different, their accent was slightly different, and then all of a sudden the Jewish world is not the Jewish diaspora from the United States and Europe, etc., but the local Jewish diaspora. And he also uses in a very interesting way the same phrase. So he's speaking about Futzot Israel, the diasporas of Israel, although those are Israeli citizens of the time. Those are the people that actually immigrated. And I don't have much more time, but I just want to say that this kind of discussion, this kind of inner debate between the different faces of Judaism, between what is Judaism, who is a Jew in this context, actually continues till the 1980s. In this context, just few final remarks. This event, the Akel, was meant to be a religious national ritual. However, the very different images of Judaism and the Jewish people led to an ongoing debate about it. The debate started actually right after 1952. And in this context, the organizer's position is rather interesting. The organizer's position, meaning the position of the Israeli chief rabbinate and the Ministry of Religion, is very, very interesting, because they do use a language, a discourse, which is highly inclusive, that speaks about the whole Jewish people. And they do use a language which is highly national. They're speaking about national event. It's highly important for them to put it in everywhere. This is, in Hebrew, they will say, Irua Leumi. And yet, we're coming to actually produce this event that becomes a religious event. And one last comment about the comparative connection for it. And since I really don't have time, I'll just read it briefly. This tension is not unusual comparing to other national churches. And I don't know exactly how unusual it is in the Armenian case, but it's not unusual when you look at other churches in East Europe, for example. However, the chief rabbinate constant predilection for a limited exclusive understanding of Judaism is remarkable. In contrast to other state-owned religious institutions from around the world, the Israeli rabbinate maintained an oppositional religio-national worldview, and its head struggled to implement it. This also has an important implication in the context of the homeland diaspora relations. Like many other national churches, the rabbinate sought to encourage long-distance nationalism, but its stubborn clericalism limited its influence and gradually tore apart its connection with other national bodies. So it spoke about the Jewish people, and it made a whole show of the Jewish people, but it wasn't really able to speak with the main Jewish diasporas outside Palestine. So this is basically it, but just to show you that the discussion continues, this is a picture from the 1990s, and you can see the two very different understandings of this event, of the Akel. On the right side, you can see a book produced by the Israeli Ministry of Education. So the word would be Akel, the unification of the nation and solidarity. And you can see men and women. This is, of course, a photo montage of people that's standing next to the Western Wall. And on the left side, and you can see that it's very colorful and that there are all kinds of people. And in the left side, there is the publication of the chief rabbinate, where you can see that there is a gathering, but the gathering is of a certain kind of Jews, and it leads to a certain kind of Judaism. However, the event that is being presented on the right side is an event that was produced by the chief rabbinate. The chief rabbinate was the one that actually wanted it to happen. So it's rather interesting to look at this tension. Thank you.
Also a certain gender of Jews there in the rabbinate's version as well.
Yeah, that's for sure, yeah.
Thank you very much, Adi, thank you. So thank you for your fascinating presentation. It's very interesting for me because I'm dealing with the Jerusalemite religious communities, and in order to learn more about Jewish Jerusalem rabbinate during just after Holocaust, it's crucially important for me. So thank you very much. And we have it's very good that we violated our schedule, only 20 minutes. It's very good. Positive.
Not bad. It's not bad compared.
Not bad, yeah.
Could have been worse.
Like my supervisor used to say, it's not bad.
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse, yes. So I just want to say that let's take 5 minutes now for any final comments that people may have, either on any of these papers or general comments. I'll just throw out one quick comment, and to start the conversation, just one thought that Adi, you made me think of also is that we're not just talking about diasporas and centers, which is one of the themes that we spoke about initially, but also you raised the question also, what happens to these diasporas once they are ingathered, right, as the Zionist ethos would have it. But I'll leave my comment at that. Aviad, I think you also wanted to add.
Yeah, actually, yes. I had a question, initially I had a question for Ani in the beginning, and now I want to ask Arpine. Is that the right pronunciation? Yeah, okay. We should learn how to pronounce Armenian names by now. Yeah.
One of our tasks for the future.
Exactly. If you want to collaborate, let's begin with this.
I also feel that I Americanized. Is it Alpine? Arpine?
Arpine.
It's Arpine. Yeah,
Arpine. Oh, sorry. Okay.
It's okay.
Arpine. It's really going a long way at the Arpine. Even West Coast. Okay. So actually, what I want to ask both of you, Ani and Arpine, is we know that evangelical groups worldwide often tie their, allure of the Bible with a very pro-Israel attitude or approach in the, internal political system. And I was really fascinated by the fact that there are actually evangelical Armenians living in Lebanon and probably elsewhere, of course, because this is not the only, place where we have Armenian populations. And also about, and this is more specifically for Annie, if she's here.
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry. Didn't see you. What does that mean for those people who are deeply engaged in learning the Bible and they're looking at the Hebrew language and modern Israel? So that prism, what does that mean for them when they still need to consider modern Zionist project? Thinking about it from that perspective of evangelical Christians.
Yeah. So if I start, in the beginning. So I don't know any people in my circle who learned language and who got into that, specific field of Jewish studies. So to be fair, I have little knowledge about people who deal with that and about their approach and attitude towards the topics you just raised. Yeah, so I know little about it. And yes, because apparently there are not that many people. And yeah, as I said, I don't know that many people who are into that in Armenia.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that's a good answer. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you too.
So may I just give some short comment about the Lebanese Armenian evangelical communities that actually it's also a quite old community. They established as Armenian Evangelical Church in 1846, already in Ottoman Empire. And they suffered a lot during the Armenian genocide compared to other two Armenian church communities like Armenian Catholic or Armenian Apostolic Church. I think the Evangelical Church, as what I was told in Lebanon by the priest, they nearly lost all their properties and lots of followers. And also there's this difference between the Armenian evangelicals in Armenia, which they also existed, but they were very much suppressed during the Soviet times. They went totally underground. And nowadays the attitude of the Armenians towards the Armenian evangelicals in Armenia is quite negative. People usually don't even know much about. It's taken as neo-Pentecostals, Pentecostals or neo-Protestants, usually there are these groups from the evangelical church usually, but in Lebanon, it's still the very classical form of evangelical church. And I saw no discrimination towards this group there, like Armenian Catholics or Armenian Apostolics. They had very much respect towards the Armenian evangelicals in Lebanon. As I said, they are very active and very well organized. They have their cultural institutions as this Hagazian University in Lebanon. So they are very much respected. But what surprised me actually, not that much that they spoke about the connection with Israel. Actually, in Lebanon, they have they are a bit restricted to talk about Lebanese-Israeli relations, as you know, from the politics. So even I was told there not to mention, I was sometimes saying that, for example, salam and shalom is the same word. I just mentioned in one meeting and they were like, don't say this, is very dangerous for you. So the same way, the Lebanese evangelical Armenian, for example, they would not make these correlations. But what surprised me is that they were trying to connect themselves with the Armenian Apostolic Church. As I said also during my presentation, that they saw the Armenian Apostolic Church as this mother church and they are related to them. So in that sense, it was more, it always goes to this Armenian direction, not like more universal, I would say.
Fascinating.
Armina, I want to add a quick comment on that. Just first of all, again, truly fascinating. And in fact, before your paper, I was unaware of an Armenian evangelical population at all. It's interesting. I mentioned in my opening remarks that one of the other fronts on which we've been working on sort of developing collaborations is Latin America, and particularly Brazil. And in Brazil, Brazil until fairly recently was almost 100% Catholic, right?
Yeah, I know.
And now there's a very significant evangelical population, something like 30% or something close to that. And that has had a major impact on the way on connections with Israel and so forth. So in fact, I don't know how this will work, but just thinking out loud, you're thinking of not only connections between Israel studies and Brazil and Israel studies and Armenian studies, but really making these networks and figuring out how. In fact, I can tell you that my main collaborator in Brazil, a guy by the name of Michel German, also does work in Lebanon. He's one of the few people who does work in Israel and Lebanon.
Actually, he's originally from Lebanon. This makes it so fascinating. He's a Lebanese Jew. And he lives in Brazil. So yeah.
So yeah, very interesting connections here. Any other questions for our speakers or closing thoughts?
Just
something about. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Arman.
I just would like to say some few words about this collaboration, this workshop. Only briefly, I hope that this kind of collaboration will be continued, and maybe in the future we will broaden our collaboration meetings, and maybe we'll bring with us on the same board the other, I don't know, scholars, maybe from Palestine Studies platform, or maybe, I don't know, Turkish Studies platform, in order to create the kind of ethnic studies small groups in a big picture. So I'm very happy for this collaboration, and I think we will work together, and maybe we will have good ideas, and we will share our mutual lessons. Thank you very much for your time and for your efforts.
Let me also echo what Arman said and agree with that, and say also again what I said in my opening comments, and I want to stress that again as we close. This really we see as a first step, and there are a number of very concrete next steps that we want to be in communication with one another about in order to advance. The most immediate of them, where in fact the call for proposals for the Association for Israel Studies Conference is about to go out. And I can give you inside information. The deadline for submission will be, I think it's January 18th. And was that right, Lilach? Do you remember? So we have a little bit of time to get ourselves organized.
Yes.
And I really think we should think about at least one panel that will grow out of this. And beyond that, think about other scholars whom each of us know, right, who might be interested in participating in this, to lead then toward broader meetings, publication, and ultimately the goal is then to bring this to much wider audiences beyond our intimate encounter today. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with this for so long as well. I know it's tiring.
Yeah.
Thank you for organizing.
Next time in Armenia.
Thank you very much. And bye.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. This was a pleasure. So nice to meet you all.
Next time, face to face.
Face to face, in person in Armenia. You invite
Armenia.
No, next time to Jerusalem.
Next year in Jerusalem. That's
I miss Jerusalem.
phrase. Yeah.
Okay,
Night and Shana Tova. Shana Tova.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.